Welcome to the Salty Dragon Tavern. Pull up a chair, come grab a drink, and come watch us play some Dungeons and Dragons later than normal because people rocked up late.
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
Howdy!
Because
Actually, some people rocked up late.
Because I fell asleep. That's why.
You're allowed to. You've been at work all day.
Furious Magician.
We were up until, what, 1 a.m. playing board games last night?
That's a personal problem.
It was my invite.
It was literally just
Spur of the moment.
spur of the moment. I just sort of went, hey, my birthday was yesterday, so I want to play some board games.
Oh,
So
yeah! Happy birthday!
Hey, Turn-Based Dave, how you doing, mate? I'm going to put some glasses on so I can
Hi,
actually read
Dave!
the chat.
I'll join in a minute!
Yeah, I need glasses. I'm old. Shut up.
Thanks.
Itaoga.
I've got a short message for you.
From...
I need glasses, I'm old. Thanks.
yeah, both of you suffer.
I only really need it for to be
Reading?
able to actually read the chat, because I could actually get rid of the. Oh yeah, bottom right screen is black. Thank you for that. It wasn't before.
That's right. No one really matters.
That's true.
He's not paying attention.
See if I can fix the camera. I probably can't, knowing my luck.
Oh, you just redid your subscription, did you?
It said share my message.
That reminds me, I should be able to resubscribe now.
Anyway, we are live.
Yours is very...
Chat to the audience if you can while I try and fix this camera.
Tell Nick I love him.
Tell Laura I love her.
Yeah, boy.
Anyone talking to me? Oh, I'm not even visible.
Not invisible.
Chris is here, by the way, guys.
You're just black. Yep, dancing bears everywhere.
Yeah,
Right,
I just got a new tankard.
You're here, aren't you?
Was that a sense?
Aussie Samurai just followed.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was me resubscribing so I could get my tankard.
Careful of
I
that
don't
bag,
have
it's
a
got
tank
laptop.
I've got a first thing.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah. Which, considering my salespeople apparently hate me being here,
What?
Why?
surprise. Oh, because for the third week in a row I told the same salesperson, do not send a customer around within the last 15 minutes. 10 minutes too. Oh, I've got a customer, she really needs her dishwasher right now. Can we please send her around? I'm like, stress to her, she must be here before 6 o'clock. 6:02, she rocks up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, that's nice. I don't care.
I'm sorry too. Hi.
How are you, mate?
Loving life.
Oh my god, I need a new job so badly.
The dock's closed. That's right.
I know the feeling.
Now,
I'm not allowed to say-
Christian if you want to. If you want to actually send yourself
Because
a little bit
they've already
of the camera,
committed to
Oh,
Welcome.
I can spread out
you
today.
can spread out. We don't have a mic today.
I've got 2 microphones now. You can hear me twice as good.
you can be in stereo. Which reminds me,
I cast Shocking Grasp.
I'm going to cast Punch to the face.
Turn-based Dave is saying, how's everyone tonight?
Oh, hi Dave.
Sort of
Very
centered.
sweaty because it's a little bit warm in here.
Yeah.
It is very warm in here. I've got the door open to try and get some air in.
Ah, thanks D20.
I'm
Good to
getting
see
a
you
nice
again.
breeze on my legs.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think everyone
I'm
else
well
is
aware I
missing
do.
out.
Yeah, it's all good.
Gork, you just got gifted a tier 1 sub. Because the it's random how it works when it comes to the gift subs.
If you don't select the person, yes, it is random. So the way to do it without making it random is you have to actually select someone's name, like click on them in the chat, and then select the gift a sub to choose it to someone.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
I got 2 emotes, so
there's
thank you.
proof that our... Oh, thanks, Fizzlegig. Fizzlegig. Fizzle.
Is Dave bloody...
It's D20 TV just sucked about people.
D20 wants to know what's going to be in the soda bottle this week. I actually don't have any random soda bottles this week.
I do.
What do
I
we got?
have lemon lime and bitters.
Lemon lime bitters.
That's at least good.
I have SARS.
Oh, I love SARS.
And just use your Pepsi Max.
I love SARS. Dying of coughing up lungs.
Black Lung.
That's what SARS is.
Yeah, SARS.
SARS.
That other SARS.
The other one. The one that was a plague. Wow, we got a lot of subscribers. Hey, Wes.
Well, it's because D20 came in and did a gift subscription so Holly for people. So
Sweet.
So Dave will know my luck apparently is really good.
yeah.
As I randomly got that.
This is not the first time he's won a gift sub.
We've been playing Pokemon with Dave, doing streams and stuff, and we were going after the shiny Gigamax Charizard. I got 2 of them.
Nice.
It is a 3% catch rate.
And you got 2 of them.
I got 2
Nice.
of them.
Probably a lot of people who probably play that game would hate you right now.
Oh, there's a lot of people who hate me.
I'm not a fan, man.
I tried to get a 3rd one so I could give to my mate. Didn't happen.
Turn-based Dave. That's a great name.
Hey, Dave.
You're getting lots of Shizoos. You're missing all the bear
I
warriors.
know, I'm so upset. Hey!
Yeah.
Oh, I know, but I'm starving and I fell asleep.
I think you're looking a lot better after that.
That was my egg!
Well, that's my mouth.
I think you've got more of them.
You shitbag!
I mean, there's plenty
Thanks,
of
man.
chocolate in the house. You want
No,
chocolate?
Alice is still trying to get herself ready, so she probably hasn't even seen
I'm
the
only
chat
gonna
yet.
eat it when I roll a nat 20.
Alice forgets how popular Amber is.
Hello? Sorry, I'm still trying to get my chat up and running. I don't know who's there. I heard vague
Turn-based
names.
Dave.
Sukuna, how are you, my friend?
That person.
Hello, all of the awesome people.
Oh, it's good. We got a lot of people who have normally haven't been coming on the channel for a few weeks have come back today, so we've got
Welcome, friends.
a good amount of people
I'll be 2
today.
seconds. I'm still
Rummy.
making food. I'm still hungry. I'm probably burning down the house.
It is innocent, this crime.
No, you're not.
Ah, Tasman, thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you for jumping in. There's a lot of subs going on tonight. Gift ones and other subs and whatnot.
I feel like
I think there's also a lot of us that have just had the Twitch Prime rollover, so we have to
That's
resub.
true, yeah.
You shitbag, Chris 2020.
Can work. I don't have a B-mug thing.
Yes,
Prodigy.
Prodigy, I'm gonna guess, is Mikhail.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. See, I just know these things.
Just like I know who that Gonk guy is.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that
we all
Gonk
know
guy.
that
He's a pretty
Gonk
cool guy. No, he's a pretty cool guy. I mean, he was the first subscriber, first of all. Like, just gonna
You
put
know,
that out there.
yeah.
Yeah.
shall leave his
Is it what says first?
on the hilltop for the
I know it says first next to my name too.
Let's play a game!
And we're still waiting for Alice to get her ass together.
Let's play without her!
Shh. No more tears. Only
Just
dreams.
this smell like.
I've done that. Story time. I nearly got expelled at school.
Oh yeah.
By going around with a rag of chloroform, going, does this smell like chloroform?
Oh,
it is
no.
surprising how many people go, oh! Thankfully, it was like a minuscule
Do you know
amount,
how
so it didn't actually do
dangerous-
anything.
do you know
Yes,
how dangerous
I
that
was
shit is?
informed of that when I was nearly expelled.
Wrong dose of chloroform.
Because my
will
teacher
not
was-
just knock you out, it will kill you.
But because my teacher was the one who gave it to me, he copped the blame for it. Not me.
Gave it to you.
Well, he let me have it. It was for a science
I
thing.
don't eat chocolate.
Wow.
But I
It was
you got
for a
there?
science experiment.
I was really.
Does it smell like
yes.
chloroform?
Is it like just cheese?
that wasn't the experiment. That wasn't the experiment. That was my extracurricular
It's a bowl
activity.
of no pasta.
I don't want to know what to get up into your free
I
time.
hear stories like this, and I just like, my schooling was really like
Tame.
just tame.
I just found a random D20.
I
Why
can't
was the
talk
teacher-
about my.
Why was the teacher giving you... No, never mind, says Dave.
Yeah.
What have I missed?
I just found a random D20. It's not mine. It's
mine now.
Is that Tim's?
Ow.
Randomly
Ow.
20.
Fuck, he bites.
That's mine! What did you look at my... How did you get my D20?
I don't know. That's
Oh,
what
that would have been from Monday night.
Oh, I'll have this one. This one's nice.
Did that hit the handle?
Hit the handle about...
Well,
Well,
these metal ones.
where did
these
that
metal
go?
Good
ones.
luck finding that.
Nice. No, it's actually landed in a good spot.
Alright, well,
Speaking
They feel
of dice,
nice.
I have a random D20, and I asked the Monday Night Group if it was theirs, and no one.
I don't know if you can see it, but I actually left teeth marks on him.
They're small enough.
I didn't draw
It
blood.
feels like one of the.
Wouldn't be the
rock
first
ones, one of
time.
the semi-precious gem ones.
Actually, kind of would be.
Because it's like slightly heavy and
alright,
No, it's
guys.
not mine. Mine's here.
looks like obsidian.
Ash, is this
Maybe
yours?
Ashes.
What?
Because
Yeah,
you got
I
this
think it's
shiny
Ashes.
midnight.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Ashes.
it's
didn't you?
Ashes.
Yeah, that's
Is that
mine.
yours? Yeah.
It's Ashes.
I don't know how
It was
I
in
ended
Tim's
up with it. but I
Pass it down.
Well, there you go.
The
That's
moment I
what-
looked at it, I'm like, Ash got the sparkly dark blue ones.
Well,
I
that's
know, I
nice.
got
It's
them.
got
I
just a
wanted
little
them.
bit of weight.
Wait, that's not mine. I don't think.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Yeah, it should be.
I've got
How do you little box? Except you don't have your box.
no, because that's not a stone one.
Yeah, it is.
It's
it is,
stone,
yeah.
it's
Check
heavy.
it. Check it. Yeah, feel it's heavy.
How the fuck did that get out of my box?
Crash it on the
Check.
floor.
Just check. It might be someone else's.
It's a nice weight.
No, it is definitely my one.
It does look like it is your one. Yeah.
It's a good weight. Good weight. Feels
Yeah.
nice.
Hey, woman.
Because
Level up dice.
Mug.
there's the non-stone version of it.
Did you have to make like jerking off actions at that?
No, it's like
Where's your? Wait,
my
no,
mug.
no, you just turned me. And go, oi, woman. Where's mine? I'm like, what? Well, now.
Wow.
Yeah, where's my?
Ah, by all means, go for it. Go for it.
I saw the links.
Go for tit.
Where is your dongus?
Wow. Okay. Derailed. Let's one get started,
Massively.
and two.
I love my
I'll fix
picture.
it
I didn't
later.
realise it was a cat in a top hat holding a fish. That's sweet.
Wow, it's taking you that long to see it.
Yeah.
What's this?
His
We're
portrait
gonna have to
picture.
say
portrait,
missing in action or dead on Roman's
Wait,
one.
Dave, did you just
yeah.
tell Alice to calm down?
No, I didn't say us.
No, I said Dave.
Oh,
Is your name Dave?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, Dave.
Dave's gonna get in
Ain't
trouble.
gonna happen.
Let me read it as well. Wow.
We would like to apologise for Alice eating on stream, even though she's the one that vehemently basically said we shouldn't be eating on stream.
I'll leave if you want.
It's like hiding there doesn't help because the computer's not in the way.
That's where she's putting her hand over her mouth. Sorry, we're
How are you gonna get to the food while you're holding that up?
You know what? I fixed the fridge
At
today. I'm
D20,
skilled.
yeah, you can totally
just
post
put
our
the
link all over the
Bring
Put
place.
the
Go
laptop
for it.
down, it's fine.
That would be nice. Appreciate it.
Eat your food.
Wait, just put the helmet on. Your head's big enough to that you can small
I
enough.
just imagine this is like she's got a helmet on, like cheese coming out of the holes.
No, you can start putting the cheese through.
That's true, yeah.
But honestly, her head is small enough
no,
that
no,
she
the
could
funny
eat
part-
inside there.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
funny part is watching the fork disappear up underneath.
You know we have to do it now.
Is that just a bowl of cheese?
No.
That's what I said, but it's pasta as well.
It's like
Ravioli
it's
is
like 10% pasta.
I'm having one of those days when my eyes are just sore.
Can you eat underneath it?
Go, do it.
My mouth's already full, guys.
That's what she said.
I mean, you could use the visor helmet if you want to just like quickly open up, put it.
Yeah. Chook, chook, chook.
I don't know where that one went.
At least you don't see it chew anymore.
I want to see the fork go underneath.
Can we play?
Go to Crusade.
So we're gonna that's it. So we're gonna get past the helmet first.
Okay.
Well, just like rub the cheese against it. It's self-grating.
When you've got to play D&D at 6, but you've got to Crusade at 11.
That's it, yeah.
I'm waiting for that to tip backwards, and it's gonna make
It's
a
gonna go
move.
everywhere, yeah. Alright, take the helmet off. Let's get this started properly.
Where it's sitting like that, where it's going backwards, it reminds me of the
When I say take the helmet off, doesn't mean you put it on, Nick.
I'm a paladin, man. I'm meant to be wearing a helmet.
It's
the
not gonna
blue
look any
opera
glass.
singer from Fifth Element.
Yeah.
Big head.
You can't even see it.
I know, right?
Hang on, Deuce Vol? Who are you, magician? Furious magician.
Dale's fault intensifies.
Sophistication.
Very sophisticated.
It reminds me of Unforgotten Realms,
Alright,
where
helmet away. Let's get started.
the more monocles you wear, the more powerful a mage you are.
Is that legit a thing?
No. They came up against a spider and it had something like 700 monocles. And they're like, oh god, we're all gonna die.
I keep allowing all of these words that keeps getting inherently blocked by Twitch. At some point in time, you could just like put a whole swath of swear words in our channel and would not get blocked.
I need a cock piece, do I?
It's a cod piece.
Cod piece.
No, apparently according to him it's cock piece.
Yeah.
I mean, either is
Okay.
acceptable.
That's not
So
what
either
you
word.
Look,
That is-
in my opinion, a cock piece probably goes on your head because it's, Tales of Arista.
That's true. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
so.
So, shall we actually get into D&D?
All right.
I think we broke Chris.
Chris is like, "Come and play some D&D now. Stop this fucking around."
Maybe he would like some lactose salad.
I blame you guys for not waking me up.
I blame you for not waking us up.
How did they not
did.
wake you up to let you... Did you not let them in?
No, she did. And we
Okay.
told her basically because she was looking really tired, and I said, "Go, just take a quick nap."
Yeah.
But you weren't the only one that didn't turn up late, so don't worry. Well, not turn up late, but you know what I mean.
I was the
no
first one
soul.
here, bitch.
I live here.
All right. Welcome to Sunday night, everyone.
Sunday nights.
The party has basically started leaving the city of the Black City itself to head west. In their ultimate goal to head to the Imperial City to investigate what is happening with Bahamut and Tiamat. It was their ultimate goal as they're heading off. They are outside of the western gates of the city itself. There is like a small sort of shanty town, not as big as the original one that they came into, but this small little shanty town's got enough of a stable, a couple of other buildings, especially of caravans. So there's a few different groups here with different caravans that are just looking to either take off their equipment that they've managed to bring into the place, or a lot of people who are setting up to head out west as well. As you guys are positioning yourselves and sorting your horses out, sorting out your carts, having a bit of a play with them, getting yourself sort of ready to head off, Valen comes up to you. Because he hadn't had a chance. As soon as you guys went back into the Black City, he hadn't a chance to have a talk to you guys. "Well, how you doing, folks?"
Valen, it's good to catch up to you. I had a question.
"Yeah, what that be?"
What happened to Rayleigh?
"I'd like to know that myself. I think he went off to go investigate something and never heard from him again."
I thought you two were working together.
"Well, sometimes we've had to split up and sort of go different paths. It was sort of like a couple of things that we weren't agreeing on. So we kind of like make sure we go off, do it the way I would do it, and Rayleigh would do it the way Rayleigh would do it. In that sense, that the last time we did this, well, I haven't seen him since."
I'm just sort of standing there with an eyebrow raised, looking at Imperius, just watching the conversation like a game of tennis.
Really not agree on something? That's unheard of.
Well, you know Rayleigh far better than I do. But I don't quite know where you guys are heading this particular time of day. What is your plans? I mean, like I've heard bits and pieces in the in our time of traveling, but I'm not 100% sure where you guys are going today.
We are going west because I hear life is peaceful there.
Well,
Also, this is the easiest way to get to the Imperial City.
you going to the Imperial City, eh?
That is the aim, yes.
If we have to.
That's
Why you don't
just
like
a
it?
quick stop by.
Family.
Yeah, family. Yeah, well,
Wait, do you have family there? This is the
What,
first
do
we're
you
hearing
suppose I came from the ground?
that. Well, no, I didn't know you came from the Imperial City.
Well, yes, I do.
There you go. Something
Well-
more we know about Fluffy.
well, seems that we have dealt with the problem with Xenofelt in this place. It seems like it's my time to either join up with you guys or potentially move on to another location. If you guys are going to the Imperial City and you're taking your caravan, I might head to the Imperial City myself. However, unlike you guys, I'm probably not going to stick around with you this time. I'm probably going to head ahead of you because I'll be a bit faster. Lay some groundwork if you don't want to be.
Fair enough.
You guys okay with that? I'll meet you in the Imperial City.
Yeah,
Sure, you can probably, if you say, hang on. And I just pull a pad out of paper and just quickly write a note on it and just, ask for, Oscar Gastbo and see if he needs any help. It's Daddy Dearest, yeah?
Oscar Gaspon, eh?
Yeah, just,
What does he look like? I assume he's like a
He's a
person
cat
like
person.
you, but
Yeah.
he's like particular.
you know,
looking.
we kind of find that kind of offensive, cat person, you know. I don't call you a person or a gun person. I mean, you probably aren't
I can
offended.
call it gun person quite a lot.
Yeah, good point.
He pretty much is gun person.
Right, I don't call you a funny accent person or like a... Never mind, he
Tabaxi, what type of tabaxi does it look like?
sort of like me, except he's got a patchier fur, he's a bit older, he's sort of got a bit of white streaks around his face now.
Alright, well, at least I know what I'm looking for. Going by the name and by the looks, I should be able to find him out. Alright, I'll seek him out.
He's quite famous in the town. If you just ask, you'll find him.
What would I be asking for? Like, you ask and say if you want some help or anything like that, is what you're saying?
Or like you can just ask him for a free meal. Friends of mine are friends of his.
Alright, I'll tell him that I've met you and I'll look him up. And
Yeah, look, he won't believe you unless you have this here. And I just quickly sign my name and chuck him a sheet of paper.
Yep. Because, well, alright, well, that's interesting. Well, I'll get that case
he's
then.
cautious, I guess. I don't know. He's weird.
Going in this particular world, I can understand a lot of people being cautious. There's a lot of things going on these days. I've heard a couple of whispers on the grapevine about what's going on, so yeah, it's a different world now.
As an aside, I tone the accent down a bit in the Imperial City. They're not from...
What accent are you talking about? This is the most unaccented English accent I've ever had.
Yeah, okay.
Are you
move on to Claw on that one.
are you in need of any funds?
No, I should be alright in that sense. You know, when I was off on myself in the Black City, there was a couple of opportunities I got myself into, so I've got some fun to keep me going.
Okay.
Oh yes, speaking on that note, I am rather low on funds after organising the extra cart, but we should probably look into accruing more coin.
Actually, I will do this on live stream because I wanted to do this quick conversation beforehand, but let's do it now because it's also kind of like a house rule as well, so everyone on board.
House
who's watching
rules.
us. So when it comes to doing construction of items, as I said before, because you didn't get a chance to hear this, I don't think, Ash, and you want to do all the tinkering stuff, and Alice wants to do a lot of potions and stuff like that. I've had a conversation with Alice about what I want to do, but I'll go through it again just so everyone's on board. This also
Yes,
includes
tinker.
poisons and stuff like that. So the idea is that instead of worrying about doing rolls or anything like that, all I'm basically going to do is that because of the way we've described how we're doing Act 2, X amount of time will happen between events, between major things happening, and in that time is you get X amount of days, depending on what I say, and for each day that you basically get 10 gold pieces worth of construction, you know. And at the end of that time, then you'll have a block of gold, which you still got to spend money on, so you still actually have the gold for it. I'm not going to be pedantic about whether you actually got the resources or not. I just don't care about that so much anymore.
Cool.
More of a case of just take the gold off your character sheet and then say, I want to make this. Whatever we're going to make, though, we'll do off screen because we have to go through discussions.
So,
about
important
what we'll do.
question. Can familiars wear bandoliering?
Bandoliering?
Animal armor.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
but you can't de-summon with it.
Oh, so it just goes ting.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that sucks. Fair enough, though. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, you could just keep them permanently open.
So yeah, when a time period ends, we're not going to go straight into the construction. We'll have to either do it during the break if we can do it quickly, or at the end of the stream, and then we'll next time you come into the next stream, then you'll actually we'll have whatever you have. When it comes to potions, it's relatively easy. When it comes to the tinkering side of things, with all of the cool stuff that we can come up with, then that becomes a really bigger kettle of fish that we have to sort of deal with.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some sort of kit to do something with.
Oh God, King.
So spring you. So I got so excited about it.
That is a collective head shake.
Yeah, it is a collective head shake.
I don't have anything to craft with. That's sucky.
All right, you got the
need
poisonous kit,
woodcutters?
so we can go down that particular path of
You can
playing
make-
around
you
with
can make
poisons
cables.
too. So,
Oh, I got a forgery kit. That'll
yeah.
do.
Or forgery kit even too. We can even do that. Like we could say, like really good forgeries would do require a lot of resources.
I'm just looking to send out some okay forgeries to perhaps 914 scams.
9 Desert Prince.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right,
Little Papito needs new legs.
you guys have mostly hooked up the horses. You've got 2 more extra horses now, so you've got the 4 horses now pulling your 2 carts. So you've actually got quite the column yourselves, living in the suburbs.
I'm honestly surprised that's the first time that's happened.
That's true. Yeah. You guys have hooked it up. Now, you guys have the option if you want to, because there are caravans that will be leaving roughly about this hour if you want to hook up with any caravans like you have in the past, or if you just want to go it yourself.
Are we heading west to the sea and then taking a boat? Or we
No,
You were
we're
heading
heading to
west to the entrance to the dwarven
tunnel system?
tunnel system, yeah.
I think it would be wise to travel with a group again, in case we come across some more marauding orcs.
I don't really want to. But we can.
Do you want to be in the middle or the front door?
Well, I don't really mind where we move, but it is good to travel in pack. Or shall we go on our own? At least for a short period.
Depends on what everyone else is doing.
I don't know what I did. Don't worry.
You have the if you decide to go with another group of people, there's probably this undocumented sort of protection thing happening with you guys and the rest of the caravan because you are considered highly skilled in your areas type thing. So
I
whether
don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a simple farmer.
Wearing heavy plate.
which made out of the skin of a gorgon. Yes.
Oh yes,
absolutely.
that was what my plow used to be.
How did you kill the Gorgon in the first place?
What a gorgon? I don't know what this stuff is made of.
He ploughed it.
Okay, moving on. I'll go around to a couple of the
Just
caravans and
imagining
ask them where
half
they're
elf,
off to and
Gorgon,
whether or
half
not
elf.
they're
Halfling.
willing to offer
Halfling.
I'll come
sorry.
round. A little bit more hesitant, but I'm going to move
a
with
bit
him.
of coin for having a group of adventurers
Oh
travel
yes,
with them.
I guess we can be guards.
I want to look for the most interesting looking caravans.
I like
I
interesting.
want to draw inspiration for the next caravan.
Look, I don't care as long as someone can cook.
Planes.
Yeah, well, they're the boring ones.
Well, that's what I said. Most of them.
I mean, we had one that was a giant.
Are you still hungry? Did you not get enough breakfast?
I only ate about a kilo of bacon. Usually I do 2.
Okay.
It reminds me. Do you have like a bag of holding in your stomach? How are you not fat?
Do I have?
I
Yes, I
run a
do.
lot.
I'm like, do I have create food and water? We're gonna need it.
I just run a lot.
Alright, so you guys start talking to
Yeah.
some of the other caravan guards in the area.
Basically asking if anyone's willing to offer a bit of coin for having
Guard.
6 adventurers help guard the caravan.
And if they're going to the Imperial City.
And yeah, if they're going to the Imperial City.
You talk to one particular gentleman. He's basically states that he would happily have you guys be caravan guards and join in with their caravan, heading towards the mouth or the entrance to the actual Dwarven Highway.
Yep.
And beyond that, depending on what you guys want to do, whether it continues on or whatnot. So it's more of a case of not a complete travel route to the Imperial City per se, but up at least to the entrance.
Do
to see.
other people use the dwarven tunnels?
Yeah, heaps of people use it.
That sounds pretty good. Why are you heading that way?
Well, you see, the Black City's got a lot of stuff about it, so we just bought a whole heap
Don't
of
tell
loads.
me, I just fucking got out.
Yeah, that is part of it too. Yeah, get out of this place, I think.
No, that's alright. Where you headed?
Well, we are headed to the Imperial City itself. There's a bit of a let's call it a war. I don't know if a war is probably the correct word for it because the Imperial City the Imperials themselves are expanding a little bit.
Eternally in war, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So we've hooked up. We've got supplies related to war. So we've got like a lot of weapons that have been made up. We've got crates full of swords and functional chainmail armor and stuff like that. We're carrying a bit of weight here, and we figured we could sell a bit of this to the Imperial armies and make a bit of cash out of it.
Seems like an alright group to me. Look, I'm happy to travel with you, but there's gotta be some sort of recompense for me, like putting my
Well,
life on the line, or do you
considering-
just want companions?
Well, we figured if we travel in the same way, we sort of like help each other out a bit. And then I've got at least a dozen soldiers for this particular caravan because if you know when I'm carrying this amount of stuff, it's pretty ripe for bandits to want to come along. So
Oh yes, you can arm your own army.
we certainly can, and we small little squad we can definitely arm up. But if you guys want to travel together, I think safety in numbers. The bigger we are, the less likely someone's going to try and jump us. It's basically what we come down to. And I tell you what, if you want, you can jump in with our cooking So we've got like one caravan set aside.
At that, I
specifically
just
for-
eyes light up.
You got a lot of chefs.
We certainly do. It's a big group.
Look, I'm not the best cook, but I eat a bit.
How much do you eat?
About normal.
He eats everything.
He thinks it's a normal amount.
I will be able to supplement him. It does not. He will not eat any more than any one of your soldiers.
See? Oh, good.
Well, you've come to me wanting to be part of it. We don't have an offer of coin for the travels because it would probably.
All right.
I'll be
It'll
honest.
cut into your bottom line. But
Very much so.
As an
It is
aside-
more the fact of we do not have the space to travel with the required amount of food.
Well, I look at you people, and I don't know who you are, but by the look of you, with the gentleman, this halfling with this massive plate armor, you're very heavily
So I
armored.
was going to say out of character for a sec. This would be the point where Emir's like, "Have you not heard?
Yeah.
Yes, the scourge of
Aris.
Aris."
At that, I just use the disguise hat to slowly shift armor to try and be a little bit more imposing and just changing it.
Kind of like a little bit of a. Well, you've definitely got some
We've
tricks up your sleeve.
all got our things
I
right.
honestly don't think I could afford you. Simple as that.
Look, we'll make you a discount. Enough food for us to get to where we're going, and say a copper piece a day.
All right, I could do that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could do that.
Oh dear, you don't know what you've agreed to.
It's like about 40 gold worth of food a day.
He doesn't know
I
that.
was gonna say that's like the rice on the chessboard thing.
If like you get 2 weeks, he goes, "Why have you run out of food?"
Alright, this is good. This is good. What was your name, traveller?
And I just like put furry paw out to shake his hand.
I call myself. I'm Rolgar. That's what I call myself.
Rolga.
I heard
I like
furry
that.
porn.
No furry paw. Furry paw. Paw. I have furry paws. I do not have furry porn. Jesus Christ, Imperius.
How much to
You
make
know, as an aside, I'm not a bad forgery. I can do a bit of art for you if that's what you're looking for.
Oh, you're gonna be the smutmeister.
I can be a smart meister, like what
Well, all I
pays.
see is that was the dolphin's face.
Anyway,
Oh no, she has gone the same color as
that sounds good.
Got the same color as your top.
Oh yes, so she has.
One aside, we do have a bit of money. Do you feel like before you get in
Blame-
there, just opening up your shop so we
Blame
can have a
Blame
quick look?
him.
We've got a little bit of time. I do have it. If you can read, I do actually have my stock actually written down, so I don't need to open it up per se.
Sweet, chuck us the paper.
Like he should hand to you. He doesn't so much hand you a bit of paper. He kind of like goes into the back of the caravan that he is. And
Ledger.
Ledger, yeah.
Yeah.
So he basically grabs out a book.
I
pulls it
assume I've
over.
had enough time forging ledgers to read this pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anything of interest?
It's mostly just very standard. Heap of chainmails, lots of arrows, bows, crossbows, swords, shields. Very typical. You could probably suit
Base
about-
gear.
Base gear, 20 people, a few other bits and pieces here and there as well, like
Sweet.
travelers' gears, tents, all that type of jazz.
Hey, Imperius,
Yes,
can you get me some crossbow bolts?
of course, yes. I mean,
Sorry, I'm out of cash. He's my sugar daddy.
I've got very little cash, but yeah, sure. Do you have anything of fine craft? Such as a +1 ammunition.
I might, but it's something I was saving specifically for the Imperial City. There's some aspects of people who would really enjoy what's out there.
Well, I mean, a sale's a sale, is it not?
Well, that is true. So I've probably got like magical arrows that might be for sale.
I would like to see these.
All right. Well, I'll bring one of them out for you. I've got like a dozen of them, but I'll bring out this one, and he basically pulls out an
I've got the
arrow.
magical sword.
He goes back to his caravan, of course. Opens up. It takes a little bit of time, shuffles through things. Opens up a chest. Pulls out one of the arrows and brings it out to you.
So I just summon my familiar, just like tilt the hat, and he crawls out down onto my shoulder, and I
Yep.
hold the arrow up for him to sniff,
Yep.
and just look at him and go,
Magical?
It's definitely magical.
Yeah, it seems okay.
and I lift the hat up again, and he crawls back
And the
onto
cat
my head,
goes
and
again.
just put it down.
Right, it's a neat trick.
Familiar. He's sort of like something about slipping between like reality and not. I don't get it either. Never mind. Anyway, you should have seen when we summoned him. It was so cool. But
So, having a look at the arrow, can I tell?
It's pretty good quality from what you can gather. It's still a wooden shaft. Looks like it's made of the maple wood of the local area, from what you can gather. Pretty standard goose feathers for the back parts, and what looks like a obsidian tip from what you can gather, or at least a black sort of thing.
I'd like these.
How much?
I was going to basically try and get myself, like, how much should I pay for? I'm going to try and get 10 gold each for them. But it doesn't
Well, considering there's a pretty good chance that I'm gonna use them to save your life, how does 8 gold sound?
roll a persuasion.
I haven't got my dice out yet. 19.
I'll go 9.
Oh, look, I'll do 8.5, I guess.
Alright, 8.5. We'll do 8.5.
Are you happy to grab me some?
Yes, of course.
Just as many as you want.
We'll buy the lot.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, that actually makes my life so much simpler. It's good to actually have that done and dusted already. You don't have to even worry about the Imperial City too much. Of
So
course, 8.5 gold, that requires maths.
they're crossbow bolts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how many of them were there?
It doesn't.
Baker's dozen?
No.
Yes, you get 12 full-size ones and half a one.
Yeah, half a one, yeah.
And what should I write them down as?
+1.
Okay.
Your kings, shit up. That's right.
So they add +1 to hit and to
And
damage?
yes. Yeah. And they're also considered magical for the purposes of getting past magical stuff.
The magical hand axes.
So what was the total price? Sorry.
12 times 8.
12 times 8.5, which we can do later.
My fault for drinking a hot drink.
It's just because you're a hot person. It's those pants.
Thank you, Imperius. I really needed them. It's greatly helpful.
Not a problem.
These are good.
Well, so I guess we're all travelling together to at least the tunnels.
Yes,
heading
no,
to the
sounds good. Sounds good. I'm,
highway. Alright, well,
it
as I
should be
said,
fun.
you're not behoving to us to be guards or anything like that, but I think safety in numbers is basically what we're doing here.
Yeah, no,
Very
fair,
good for
fair.
that. Alright, well, we're soon to head off. How about you lot?
I think we are ready to go at any time.
Alright, well, let's start this procession going, I guess.
Yes, let's get on the road again.
Now, before we leave the Black City, I know a lot of you people keep forgetting that you were going to, I had to do this, I had to do that, I had to do this. I have no problems with that you've done them if there's little things like sending out information to the underworld.
Yes, so I would have basically said, hey, this is the dude you're contacting. If he gives you any trouble, he's expendable. He's basically going to do what you say. He's now your figurehead here. Start building up.
Alright, so you send that note off.
Yep.
Mail. Anyone else want to do anything else in relation to that? You probably had a quick chat with the dwarf in the religious district before leaving about him looking after
Yes, a
the
quick
construction.
chat.
Yes.
A very loud.
Yeah, there's a lot of arguing happening.
And she would have made sure he knows exactly what needs to be done for
Getting
it
into the
and
finer
plan.
points of dwarven construction, physics
Yeah.
and mathematics.
Literally
Yeah.
just
And that's part of the
arguing
reason. That's part of the
about
reason
it.
why you guys are a day late from leaving.
And reminding him that he has no chance.
No, every time he hits on her, she starts acting like a mum because that's the only way she knows how to react.
All right.
Don't you keep that tone with me.
You sent off information to your heads.
Yes.
Right.
I would have sent them saying that Xenofeld's been dealt with. We're now moving on to the Imperial City because of extenuating circumstances.
Oh, I probably
That
would have.
I literally won't go into with them.
Speaking of, I probably would have spent a good hour just teasing Bite about the fact that he said his god was supposedly unkillable and it's now dead. So
He mostly during that conversation sort of like puts up with it, but you're insightful enough to sort of notice like the twitch.
yeah.
Yeah, you've Do you send yours off? Do you sort of through doing a sending message, or do you actually send it as a mail?
I would have written down a letter with a lot more information
Okay, yeah.
about what we did with
And
Xenofeld.
just done the sending as a precursor
And
to
being like,
being sent.
be aware there is a note coming, but we've dealt with Xenofeld. We're on our way to the Imperial City. And then I would also, using sending, talk to Kalimdor and say to him that Xenofeld's dealt with, but at a cost. Umberlee wants to speak to you.
Did we need to send a message to the blue and red?
Amber would have made sure that while she was in the religious district that the council was going to contact the Breton.
Yeah, because we don't have a way of contacting them.
No, they're going to do snail mail.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
I mean, our party does not have a way of.
Yeah, the Breton contacts will be sent off.
Message doesn't go down.
Also,
No, we did have.
it would be accompanied by a
We
letter
had a
from
code
Amber,
word for
Yep.
them.
which just basically says, "These guys are cool." Signature Amber.
Yeah.
They're legit, man. They
That
cool,
would-
bro.
That would most likely probably actually send a small procession out to that area more than just a letter exchange. They would probably send a small caravan.
It's more a. Think of it more as like a letter of vouching.
Yeah.
It's a letter of
that's no problem.
introduction.
So you write a letter vouching for them, for
Yeah.
them to travel with them as they head out towards
But it's
the,
in
Dwarf
classical
Citadel.
Amber fashion. It's utter
Backwards.
gibberish and loop-de-loops and probably doesn't really get to the point until,
And instead of being like 4 lines, it's 6 pages.
Yeah.
yeah, with, you know,
backwards.
her signature on the end. But essentially, it all sums to these guys legit, they cool.
They're cool, bro.
Hashtag they cool.
Okay, cool.
They're cool.
They cool, bro.
They're cool, bro.
Would I get a reply from the first saying that Umberlee wants to speak to him?
Will you get a talk? Will you get a message back? Yeah, you probably will. Like more of a very one word that basically comes back with the sort of question mark under emphasized through the.
So why?
So, exactly. It's more like Umberlee.
I start off my next sentence saying, "We need to find an easier way to do this." But yes, Umberlee, the bitch queen.
The response you get back after the second one is that I am in the middle of something big.
Kings.
All I need to know about Umberlee is if she coming to the Nine Deserts.
No, we're heading to the Imperial City next
Then
to
that-
deal with Tiamat.
Then your response after that is, I will be busy and probably not contactable for quite some time. Deal with Umberlee the best way you can.
He's with a lady.
He's also in the Nine Deserts. So this is
with the
confirming the fact that he is with the Raven Queen.
Daddy, why are you and Mummy wrestling?
Get up, you.
Okay. I'll have to leave it there for some time and think on it.
Until tomorrow.
For the purposes of your message, half done. Alright, is there anything else that we have forgotten that we think before we leave the Black City itself?
I thumb my nose at the... Oh, wait, never mind.
Thumb your nose at the guards.
No, I was thinking of like, like doing a drive-by past the Nobles district and like chucking a pail
Oh
of
yeah,
offal
the
in there or
Noble Street
something.
is completely the opposite side of the
Yeah, I
city,
know.
so... Welcome to King. He likes to use our chat channel to cast his bad jokes.
I mean, like, look, we can't really
It's
complain.
literally his point of existence.
That's it.
Yeah.
A little condescending.
I know, right?
Alright,
Prodigy tried, remember they were just terrible.
you guys finally finish off your little bits and pieces as the caravan starts to walk away. The 4 horses get themselves into a bit of unison and then start walking forward. It is a slow caravan. Your caravan is quite large considering travelling with 2 large caravans that have been put together. One which is your sleeping quarters, which you seem to stuff a lot of things into that one, as well as the second caravan that's now been added with the blackened wood of the Black City itself, representing your workshop on wheels that has also been put together. Before you left, you got your magics put together to sort of give you the automated sort of rollout thing. And then after that,
Imperius,
Yes.
do you have a spell that could make you guys smaller?
No, I do not. I mean,
Just for like 8 hours, so that's why you sleep, and then you get bigger afterwards.
no, but I mean, I've been
Why?
tinkering with something that does have a spell like that. Enchanted on it, but I have
Why?
not been able to.
Because then we could fit more of you into the sleeping compartment.
that's actually a good idea. I didn't think about that. An automatic shrinking spell on the caravan.
It's bigger on the inside.
It's bigger on the inside, yeah.
I don't understand. Why would
I do not
want
have
to
the
be a-
magic capabilities to do that, although I am looking into it. Perhaps.
Aren't you small enough?
Not me, the rest of you.
The caravan for the sleeping purpose of sleeping is just not big enough for the whole party.
Oh, that's right. I sleep on the roof. I've slept in worse places.
I mean, it's big enough for what's currently here.
It's a bit of a tight squeeze, especially when you guys keep putting stuff into it.
We can
Yeah,
sleep.
it's more there's all the stuff stuffed in there.
Yeah.
We can
Well, I
sleep
mean,
in
there's
shifts.
4 bunks and 1 person would still be leading the caravan.
It's situational, depends. Like if all 6 of you trying to get in there, you're almost like lying on top of each other. Some of you are probably sleeping on other people's body parts, on legs,
Well,
and bellies and stuff like that.
I slept in a chest because there was nowhere else for me to
Yeah,
sleep.
pretty much.
Because there was a dragonborn taking over the rest of the space.
Yeah, so since the Dragonborn has moved on, there's not as much space taken up by the Dragonborn.
I'm just like, I'm currently sitting in his bed with like
You're the
tons of
only one
gold
that does- that
coins
doesn't
and go.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is cool. Who made this? Look at all those little plush gold coins. This is really cool.
It was.
Amber just looks at you with the saddest face.
It's really cool. It was a great job.
Rowan made that for Yorland.
And they're both of them are
All right.
It's
At that
okay
point, I leave.
I'm sure he would be
I
happy
don't-
to have you.
Go back in there.
Yes, that's fair.
And Amber just like looks super, super depressed after that and just goes sits in a corner and is drinking.
I kind of put my foot in it.
If anyone needs me, I will be in the rear compartment.
Can I
I'm
join?
going to say for the purposes of everything that's going on, that during movement, it can't be fully deployed.
No, it's not going to be fully deployed, but it still can be worked in.
Yeah.
Can I join?
That's
As
what
long
I'm
as you-
trying to get at is that there's probably really limited space.
Yes,
between you.
Probably
Yes.
2 people working.
At the most, yeah.
You may,
My
however,
question is,
don't
would I have been
touch
able
it.
to buy a horse?
No. I got my own shit.
Whatever they are in a play sample. Because this is all about before we leave, make sure you've purchased everything you want to purchase. Make sure you've done everything you want to do because once we're gone, you can't go back.
Oh, but again.
The party disagrees.
That's right, you could. You'd ride back after a week, then come back after 2 weeks, and you come up to it, they've only moved 3 days worth of travel because of how slow they're going.
I could probably just go on foot and still make
Yeah,
it.
you guys, when I say like when you sleep in your the very first caravan, you all sleep into it and it's all compact and stuff like that. If you guys try to use that compartment to do things in, you reduce the amount of area that you can utilize considerably. So you can't like have all 6 of you in there while trying to also do things.
Yeah.
And in that particular sense, this is slow. This is even though it's got 4 horses and 2 caravans, you're still traveling at walking pace. So you guys can just walk beside it. In fact, even in your case, you're probably faster than it sometimes.
Yeah. Which is probably why I'm inside it,
various-
because I'd get so frustrated and chomping at the bit of
Oh,
being
this is
too
going to
slow.
be
Too
Great.
slow, yeah, exactly. You'd probably every once in a while jump out, go for a bit of a run, wait for them, like then lie down for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
in the grass on the side of the
Just
road.
find
In
some
the
shit.
sun.
In the sun, basking away.
Doing the whole.
Imperius, there's not enough room in the sleeping quarters to swing a cat.
You don't swing in.
Amber is
So
also.
the horse is 75.
I also don't believe the cat swings that way.
So it'd be 100
The
gold
cat
in
will swing
total.
whatever way I pull with my.
100 gold in total
tail.
for a horse and saddle.
Yep.
So
Not a problem. Just take it off your character sheet and you now have a horse.
Amber is also very slowly
That's a
putting
shoe.
a bunch of her possessions in the haversack.
Yep. That was gifted to you. Yeah, for any purposes of any new magical items that you guys have got, you can easily have them all.
If there is a stables where we can purchase more horses, I would like to buy 2 more.
2 more for the purposes of the caravan
Yeah,
itself.
2 draft horses so that we can have 6
okay.
lead. It'll give us a bit more speed, and
It
we
will
can
give you a
rotate
little-
them more so that they can.
It's
lock
kind
up.
of, it won't give you more speed, but what it will give you is because there's 6 of them, it becomes a bit more difficult to sort of coordinate them a bit. It'll give you a little bit of speed, and especially it probably might give you some real speed when you need it.
Yeah, that's
than-
more. It's more of a
Yeah.
you can rotate them so that they're not exhausted.
It'd be 100
Change
gold,
which one's
50
leading.
gold apiece
Yeah.
for draft horses.
For draft horses, yeah. Okay, cool. I'll probably say on top of that, add an extra 20 gold to extend the
Yep.
bits and rings and stuff.
The
And
bits and tackle.
Yeah.
So many fucking horses. They
So now
smell
you guys have
terrible.
this massive caravan with 6 draft horses and 2 caravans of quite considerable size coming off the back of it. You're the other caravan that you are jumping in with, they're like 3 separate little caravans, so smaller, well, roughly the same size as your caravans, but with only 2 horses per each and not joined together like yours are. Yours is a caravan train.
I have 50 silver left.
You spend a lot of money.
Yes.
I have
I have been buying putty
about
things.
$300 or 300 gold that I have on me. The rest is at the bank now.
Yes, yes.
So we're screwed until we get to the Imperial City.
I currently have 10 electrum, 67 copper, and 7,956 silver.
What the fuck is
Yeah,
Electrum?
but we don't have electrum. You mean
Yeah.
platinum?
It's an electrum?
I don't think I've given out Electrum.
No, you
No, we
did.
haven't.
It
We
would be
haven't
platinum.
used.
It's
It would be
platinum,
platinum.
I don't
Is
think
all
we
of
even
that
use
on
it.
you, or is it at the bank? Because it's in the bank, you don't have it on you.
I never went to the bank.
No, he didn't. He's carrying it all basically. He's carrying a big backpack full of silver.
I got a
Imagine
bag
it was
of
still
gold.
in a card.
Pretty much. I just
In
looked at
theory,
on the
does this
chest.
mean I have all of Rowan's money?
Yes.
No, Rowan still has all Rowan's money.
No, because he put it in the haversack.
That's a good point. He did.
I'm going to say no.
Well, it
Emma
might be
would-
in there, but you don't know.
Emma wouldn't know it's in there. She wouldn't look for it.
Yeah, that's true. I can, for the purposes of, for a bit of fun, say it is in the haversack and you just don't even pay attention there. It's basically not accessible. It's probably the better way of putting it.
Oh, Shizuma's saying. No, he says he has all of his money.
Yeah.
He would have taken all his money with him.
So good. I wouldn't actually spend Rory's money.
Sure you will.
He would have taken it with him because he would have probably needed some of it on travels back to his hometown.
Yeah. As he's flying along, he needs to drop it as a weapon.
Pallets aren't good enough.
Rowan has completely forgotten that you can't just change gold to platinum to make life easy, because platinum just does not exist as much as gold does. It's very hard to get platinum, so it's still gold. You still have to deal with the fact that you're carrying a whole heap of gold.
I mean, he could have gotten some of it changed.
Some,
not all
but
of
not
it.
all of it. Yeah. It's very important. Platinum is definitely, because it's a rare metal, and it's very hard to get. So most of the time when you're getting platinum, it's only because somehow you found it amongst a loot hoard more than anything else. 'Cause platinum itself is really extreme, really rare. And yes, you could exchange some, maybe 50 platinum worth of gold could probably be transferred over. That would be the entire stock of the current bank in the current area. But other than that,
Which one?
yeah, alright, so he's converted what he could and basically travelling whatever he can.
Look at
Alright, you guys head off on the caravan, travelling west, heading towards the Dwarven Tunnels. Through the Dwarven Tunnels, you'll be travelling more southwestish, and then it'll eventually start heading completely south as you head towards the Imperial City, and travel along the mountains in that general area. You leave the city itself as you watch the walls of the Black City slowly disappear, slowly shrink away. You still see in the distance as the city walls disappear itself, but the steeple-like tower in the Noble District, as well as the big citadel at the back, is still quite visible from your area.
Can we see the tree?
The tree.
That's in Montanol,
That's
not
in
in
No,
Black
no,
Montanol.
City.
no, no,
Sorry.
the other new tree.
That's in the middle
one
of the
that's-
forest.
Yeah, that's just
Like
off
a
the
day's
side.
travel away.
What's your point?
No, you can't
The
see.
city-
You can't
like a-
see the tree.
The city's like a day's travel away.
I can never get this going. It's keep getting interrupted. Anyway, as you guys are travelling off, you spend the very first day watching the city disappear. And as the first day sort of sets up and everyone camps for the night, eats some food, they get their first inkling of the problem that they have agreed to by supplying food to the party.
This is good shit, son. Can I have another bowl?
As I see him devouring like 3 or 5, 10 people's supply of food.
You see, the very first time he gets handed the very first bowl of food from them who are handing out the food, he's automatically just gone whoosh, chucked it into his mouth and then just held the plate out again.
At that point, I go up behind him. I like sort of grab the back of his collar and follow me.
No,
And I go over to where our thing is, and I just cast create food and water. I'm like, eat as much as you want.
sweet.
So you're gonna be doing that every day.
I just like
Yep.
grab a loaf of bread and go,
Wait, this tastes like shit.
I can fix that prestidigitation.
Tastes like honey now.
All right, this is good enough.
Tastes like fish.
This is going to be a daily thing where
Yes.
you guys you get your first meal from these people. Their meals ain't great either. They're like a mixture of gruel stuff like that because they're still going to separate this out over months of travel.
yeah, but it's real food, not magically created food.
That is very true. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
fake chicken.
So eventually, once he's had his fill, I'll open up what's left to because
Yeah.
it creates 45 pounds of food.
Yeah, it creates heaps amount of food.
So,
So
5
he
pounds of
ate
food
lots of
left
food.
over.
I was going to
So
say,
if
he ate 38 pounds of that.
That's it. And you guys finish off the very first night away from the Black City. You are finally on the road. It's been a long time since you've been on the road.
Oh, it's good to be out in the fucking air.
The
Especially for
fucking
me
air.
because
Well, I mean,
I
that
only
place
travelled
just
to-
smelt of like
from
ash
Osmo to
and soot and
It is good to be back out on the road again. I do miss it.
The air is definitely a lot fresher out here. You probably got yourself acclimatized to an essence to the Black City itself, or to a city in general, from the general collection of a large group of humans
no.
in an area.
You did not see I had like a cloth on my face every day.
do you smell that? It doesn't smell like peace.
Oh no, it wasn't the
pretty
smell of
good.
biscuit that got me. It was all the rubbish and shit in the middle of the street.
Oh, this is what I've been smelling most of the time. Prestidigitation. Flowers and roses.
You cheat.
Trust me, it helps.
The very first night that you've spent away from the Black City itself is also something you notice as you fall asleep. It's quiet. You can hear the sound of crickets in the area, in the wind. You can hear probably the odd, because you're still only a day's away from the city itself, you can still hear farm animals of the nearby farms.
Oh yes, it's like the sound of cows fucking.
For context, we all went on a camp once and there was indeed a cow pen next to the paddock with cows
and
fucking.
they were having
They
an
were
orgy.
not.
They were not
cows,
really.
fucking god damn it!
They
people.
were.
They were not. They were making loud noises. Yes,
no,
but
they were.
weren't fucking.
Well, I watched them fucking mounting each other and then went, wow, okay, that's right outside my tent. And then went and got a beer. Just like, I didn't need a beer and a show,
Did you have a smoke afterwards?
It was actually funny because we were meant to be able to use that paddock, and they realised they'd accidentally double booked it with a group that were, yes, breeding their cows. They were prize cows, apparently.
I didn't see any bulls out there.
I don't know.
No, they
That's
were.
just what I got told.
Black. Like every cow in that paddock was black.
Anyway.
I don't see colour bad.
Huh?
Anyway.
I was being Mikhail.
Yeah, you spend your first night and it's relatively quiet. I mean, you got the guards in the area having a small little conversation near the fire before they sort of decide to pack it in for the night. A lot of conversation, a lot of excitement sort of from the guards because like you, they've been stuck in the city for a while themselves and kind of like a bit happy to be out on the road again.
Amber still has 8 drinking horns.
You still have 8 drinking horns.
Oh, that is good. That means you can have 8 drinking friends.
7.
No,
You've got
you
your
got
own
your own
tanky.
mug.
This one's reserved for Rowan.
Okay.
You're being a bit weird, Amber. You're gonna have to move on at some point.
No, he's my best friend. I'm going to read my book.
He's not gone.
He
She
kind
just,
of
like,
is. He's
storms
not here
off.
right
He's
now.
coming back, is what I mean. He's
Yeah,
not
but
gone.
He's coming
not
back
dead,
to
is what
Mussalon.
you're
We're
trying
not
to say.
there.
Well, I was trying to say it a bit nice. but yes.
She stomps off and then
blunt.
sits down, plonks
It's a bit
herself
easier,
on a
she's
bench, or like a log or something.
Yeah.
Has her ale in one hand and her book from Rowan in the other one. She's trying to relearn the new information from the Amber's Guide to Animal Handling. Or Rowan's
I'm going
Guide
to-
for Amber to
I'm
Animal
going to
Handling.
lead my mount over to her and say, practice with this.
Do if that's wise.
But I don't have it in my book.
But it's just an animal.
But it's not in my. Well, look. There's cats, dogs, birds. I don't know when I'm ever going to touch a bird, but that's okay. There's horses.
He's a bit like a horse. You offer him some food, you pat his nose.
There's squirrels.
He's not like a squirrel. You pump those.
What?
You pump them.
Only Yolan does that. Did that. There's cows.
It is not like a cow.
It is like a horse.
It is like a horse.
Okay. Ah! And I put my hand up to its nose. Poof.
Maybe not quite so hard. Like palm up. Yes, more like that. And it snuffles your hand looking for
That felt.
Spectre.
A big long tongue, that like hairy sort of weird sort of feeling tongue sort of comes out and licks your hand.
What? It's a kiss.
Oh, it's supposed to be affectionate.
Yes.
Don't worry, I don't like horses much either.
It's an elk. He's basically referring to.
If it's like a
what he forgot
horse-
to mention. It
I
is an
don't
elk.
like four-legged things much
Does it mean
either.
I can ride it? I was pretty good at riding horses last time.
Yes, you could probably write it.
Probably the thing about this particular elk that's a little bit stark is the fact that even if you've seen elks before in forests, this one's a bit more white, a bit more, not albino per se, but just like white fur, and the antlers are definitely a very lighter shade of white.
I actually had a better idea for the antlers. They're more like tree branches.
Actually, yeah, that would work. That would actually work for you, yeah. Yeah, little tree branches with little sort of
Tufts of leaf on them.
tufts of leaf coming off it, yeah.
Every now and again, there's like a flower.
Yeah,
Grows
exactly,
an
yeah,
apple
yeah.
or something.
The occasional
grow
apple.
many.
Yeah, occasional
I like
flower
that.
or apple.
A pear comes out, an apple comes out, an orange comes out.
Yeah, they don't stay there long.
No,
Yeah.
they don't.
No, the moment you start, like, the thing is, it's a magical beast, yeah?
No, I just pat it, take the apple, and walk away.
That too. But I imagine once it starts to, like, move every day, like, the fruit starts falling off its antlers.
Oh no, it eats its own fruit.
So, one of the things I would do as well is also send, at night, try again to send a message to Rowan.
I thought I had the sending stone.
You talking
I
to
can
your
cast
god
spells to do
again?
it.
Oh, right.
But what I would do is I would double check that he's able to speak,
Hey.
and then go, Amber, if you wanted to say anything, now's the time. So that way you're not wasting the charge.
Yeah, because he said it will work.
Well, say for the purposes of, because
He's
you can
on
do
a
this
train.
almost every day,
Yeah.
realistically.
So as long as I haven't had anything to do during the day, mostly at night after dinner, I would send a message, basically saying, "Hope your travels find you well." Say where we are, and then after that, I go, "Amber, you can speak to him because I would have got a reply or something."
It's a long distance relationship.
Between a
Hey, Dazza, how you doing?
They're best friends, damn it. Nothing more.
Right, so going forward, for the purposes of both for Amber and anyone else, basically, you get to have a conversation with Rowan pretty much on a regular basis. However, it's not a long conversation, so you've just got like 1 or 2 sentences you can say to Rowan if need be, and then Rowan can reply if desired.
Yeah.
But other than that, we don't have to go into the I constantly cast this spell constantly. If you just feel like doing it, you can. It's not an
Yeah.
issue.
I'm gonna say that this is the first time Amber has been brave enough to try, and she does send him a message like quietly, like she doesn't. She's just like,
The thing you need to understand is that he does need to send a message though, because he is casting the spell.
No,
Are you
that's
talking
fine.
No,
about-
no,
I'm using
she's got the
stone.
sending
Are you
stone.
using sending stone? Alright.
Yeah.
Well, I would send a message first just to make sure he was available to talk.
Right, I see.
So once I've confirmed that he's available to talk, I'd go, Amber, if you want, he's free. Type thing.
Yeah.
And then you can reply in Messenger.
You pretty much can, yeah.
Because I actually messaged him going, hey, when would he be available to talk? And he's like, at night, because I would have dropped all forms to rest.
Yeah.
And I'm like, perfect.
Actually says he's on a train. That's an interesting way for druids to travel.
Yes.
It's the druid train.
Amber will just say,
Disco.
it's not the same that you're not here. Miss you. See you soon. Good luck. And that's it.
Yep. You will eventually get a response back because I know he's listening.
And when she gets a response back, she comes back to the group because she would have wandered off to do it. Like, almost skipping, and she's happy again. She's, like, back to sort of her more normal self.
Oh, you talked to your boyfriend?
What? Who?
The Rowan?
Bro- yes? What? Yes.
Nothing, good. Just good.
Dwarf and an elf.
It's not gonna happen. Rory and I have talked about it, and it's completely platonic.
You get a message.
Message.
You get a message back. I'm sorry, Amber, my home is being invaded. I had to help. You're the best friend I've ever had. I love you.
That's why she comes back so happy. But also, like, we need to help Rowan.
You guys have a bit of an understanding that you're probably on a very important thing you have to do. You don't know what time frame you're looking at, and you're not quite sure what's going on.
It's not so much that. I think in Amber's case, she goes, this is something he has to do.
Yeah,
And if he needs our help, he'll ask for it.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys finish up for the night. You pack it away, go into the caravan or wherever it is you decide to sleep for the night, and then wake up in the morning, pack up your stuff, have some breakfast, cast another round of create food and water so that the cat doesn't eat everything.
That
But
was
generally,
good. I was about to gnaw my frickin' arm off.
generally you have good.
This is like at 6 a.m. just woken up.
Yeah, he's like sitting above your bed, just waiting to cast the
I
spell.
don't know, literally like wake up and all I see is just Oddclaw's eyes and he's like nose to nose with me and I'm like, yes. I literally just point my hand to the corner of the cart and cast the spell.
And then I
Makes me
do the
rest.
same to Imperius to make it taste alright. Otherwise, I do the fussy cat thing
Yeah,
where I
yeah,
take a bite and leave it.
You just like sit at the bowl and stop doing anything. Just
No,
like,
do circles around the food and, like, taste the same bit and go, no, it's still bad, and do circles. And
If it, I'm pretty sure.
I think by the third night, Imperius would start sleeping in the second carriage and locking the
locking
door.
I just pick it.
He doesn't know that.
I'm very sure that the creators of Dungeons and Dragons, when they've decided to put the Tabaxi together, are all sitting together going, "Hey, I've got this idea for a race." Then they're all going on about what their cat does.
Yeah,
What do they think about
100%.
actually designing a race?
Absolutely.
All right, you guys then start traveling again. The days start passing by, and you were starting to, in a roundabout way, miss the city itself, but only briefly. You know that you've left a place, you know you've left it unfinished, but the unfinished business is something you still have to work on. But you still feel like you've left unfinished business.
No, I'm glad to be out of that fuckhole.
After about 4 days of travel, you start coming in through the forest in the western area. Unlike the same forest you went through when you were going to attack the Green Dragon, this forest is a lot lighter, a lot thinner, and when you were travelling along the road, you were noticing that there are a couple of camps here and there along the edges of the forest, and there seems to be quite a large procession of people going in there and essentially just with axes cutting down trees for wood.
Do I remember this forest?
Yeah,
Because I would have travelled from
you would have
Imperial
travelled through.
City.
Yeah.
So. In fact, do I know what's coming up if I take a history check? Do I remember what's on the way?
Yeah, you do, kind of. I'll say just a wisdom check to see if you remember.
Not history.
It's not history related so much.
Can we just ask someone in the caravan?
Like, I'm cool with that because my wisdom's better, but
Yeah, just do a wisdom check.
that was a natural one.
Then you can't remember. You know there's a forest. You know there's some mountains.
There's a forest. Oh, yeah. If we've been to the forest first, that means next is the mountains.
I think we should speak with someone who knows the path a bit better.
Look, it was a couple of years ago, right?
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Would I know anything about this area? Having had to study this area for my mission.
Because we haven't really established where where did you come from originally?
I was from Middlemark.
You would come by sea as well then. You wouldn't have come this way.
No, you would have come by sea, yeah.
I would have come from. Yeah, I would have come, but I would
From
have
the
studied
east.
the area because I was investigating.
We're talking about. We're not talking. When you say you're investigating an area, you're probably talking about more larger landmarks that have been put on maps more than anything else. Where we're talking about the little things that would never get marked on a map, like the fact that there's like 3 or 4 different sort of camps that you come by as you're travelling with, and they're all loggers camps. So you can see there's them sitting there, chopping down maple trees, to sort of and putting them on the back of carts and just creating.
Oh, it's a good thing that Rowan is not here.
Chris, the tapping of your dice
Sorry.
is being picked up by the mic.
My bad.
No, it's all good. Just find something else to fiddle with.
It needs a plush. Plush that you
He
can-
needs a fidget spinner.
Yeah,
No,
'cause
that
they make too
makes
much
just
noise.
as much noise.
it can. The wrong one can. Yeah.
Most of them make noise,
Which is
which is
wrong
what's
one,
so satisfying about them.
Yeah, I think so.
Are
But anyway, you guys are travelling along this forest, and the road itself.
we sort of like? Would we be in relatively familiar forest
No.
for
That's just
Amber?
forest.
Oh, for Amber. No, it's been too long since you've been here.
Because she spent most of her time in the forest
You-
with her mentor. It might not be the same forest, and that's okay. That being said, her survival is also -2. So
Yeah.
in her mind, it's the same forest.
It might, yes, in your mind, it might be the same forest. It kind of looks like the same forest.
Amber
but
being a dwarf can just
you're-
eat any mushroom, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's how so her survival instincts. Yeah, that's a good mushroom.
Pretty much,
Her
she
mentor's just
survived
sitting there
on.
going, oh, whatever.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No, Amber
Yes, it's
literally survived on pure just constitution, not intelligence, not on survival.
Oh, this animal's dead. That's good enough.
Pretty much. She wouldn't have been able to like hunt an animal. She's incompetent.
You guys travel on for a bit more.
She has no survival skills.
And after a few days of travelling through this immediately forested area, you get past all the camps now. We're now into the forest is a little bit thicker, and there's a few hills in this area. So the cart or the caravan that you guys are on is winding through the area a little bit. You encounter in your travels on this day a couple of patrols of Bussalon in the area. Unlike other patrols you've encountered in the past, these ones do not have any undead. They are just a standard group of soldiers.
Okay, I was going to say, try and detect undead every time we pass
Yeah.
one of these patrols.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they're definitely undead. Not as big as the original one that you found, and the best somewhere between. The closer you are to the city is only like a group of 6. The further away you are from the city, they get larger.
For each one, I'm
as I
gonna
would have seen these
report.
guys
Sorry.
coming, I would have like been sitting on my horse, trotting along beside the car. The moment I saw the patrol, I would have instantly changed my armor back to its mercenary colours.
Yep.
And
So I'm not
Yeah.
noticeable.
each time I would have seen them, I would have been reporting false crimes to lead them off on wild goose chases, just because I enjoy fucking with them.
You're smart enough to probably realise that at this particular point in time, they're not going to mess with you guys.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Well, no,
No, no.
the other way.
He's going to mess with
I'm
them.
messing with them.
I understand that.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to get at is that they're not really going to act on it all that much because they're out. You got to understand this is what I keep getting interrupted, and I'm not putting emphasis on. You guys
okay.
are like a week out now.
Yeah, but I'm still being like persuasive as possible
Yeah,
to try and get them to
absolutely.
run around and waste their time.
Most of the time, the patrols, like you still see several. I'm not talking like 1 or 2. You see quite a few of them. And it's mostly the caravan guard you're traveling with that will just generally talk to them. And you guys, after a while, just ignore them because there's just quite a few of them. As you were traveling away, as the week passes from your travels, the patrols are almost non-existent now. The farms that you used to hear closer to the city have all disappeared now, so you no longer hear any of the farm animals. As you were traveling through the forest and sleep for the night, you were hearing the more local animals. Amber is probably a little bit happier because it kind of a little bit reminds you of what you think it might be like with in Rowan's world. You hear the birds, the animals in the distance.
I mean, it's also a very familiar environment for her to
Yeah,
live,
that's
to be
true.
in the forest.
To be in the forest, that is true. That is
So,
true.
And she also probably wanders off and comes back and, look what I found! And she's like eating some miscellaneous like berries and mushrooms.
You know, usually I get in trouble when I do that.
I was going to say, can I roll survival to see if any of those would be poisonous to anyone else in the group?
Sure.
Also, I will do
Because I have
a
a +6.
Constitution saving
Mine
throw.
plus 3, I think.
So I've got
Hey, first,
a
you do
19.
me a survival roll, Alice, to see if you accidentally get something good or get something bad.
Where is it?
It's bad. 8.
Alright.
I rolled an 8.
Hey, what did you get?
I got a 19.
Yeah, whatever she's eating is bad.
I literally just go, no one else eat those.
I think you
Amber, I don't even think you should be eating those.
What are
But
they
they're-
again? I'm pretty
They're
sure
poisonous.
you can prepare
No, they're
them
not.
in a certain
I survived
way.
on a week with these.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're
That's
immune
because
to
you're a dwarf.
poison.
It's delicious.
Yeah,
Don't eat any of them.
You can see he's like looking at it like it's the forbidden fruit.
I will not cure you if you get sick from eating that.
yeah, you got a point.
Can you do me con saves? 'Cause you
I
get-
did, it's 21.
Cool. Yeah.
Just so even
advantage,
better,
So.
if
Yeah.
he does get sick, that means the party saves some food for a couple of days.
I will
no,
admit
if
though,
I
my
don't eat, I'll
tongue
get
is a
weak and
little
die.
bit tingly.
And you
Get
probably
weak and
feel
die.
your body, irrelevant if you're immune to poisons or at least resistant to poisons and stuff like that. You still feel your belly sort of like fight it off a little bit, like it grumbles a little bit, like you've eaten, food poisoning of some particular type. However, because of who you are, you're kind of like, oh, indigestion, and then
Yeah.
don't worry about it.
Oh, you'll be right, Belly.
Just
It's a very, it's a
Yeah,
very
pretty
good-
much,
very good
probably,
thing someone's
you
actually
know.
put on chat to not forget that it's called yin yang.
Yeah, I know.
Someone
That's
asked
why
how
I-
Yin Yang is going.
Yes.
I believe it was the person who named it.
I'm just feeding him bits of fish under my hat, which is disgusting because it's getting caught in my hair as I stick fish up there.
And it basically just like half chews it and throws it back out again because it's
Yep.
a mystic cat, not a real cat, and doesn't actually need to eat.
Yeah, but it still enjoys it, just
Of
like
course
me.
it does. It's like instincts of the cat. It still attempts to do it.
Yeah.
And you guys travelled. You've been a good week. You are now in the middle of this light forest of maple trees, and then you fall asleep for this night on the 7th day of travel.
Amber's spending every night just sending a simple message to Rowan. Just basically along the lines of, hope you're still okay, good luck, let us know if you need anything, we'll always be here for you.
I
Can
guess
I get?
I'll take
Sorry,
watch.
what do you want to say, sir?
No, go.
who's gonna take watch?
I'm assuming you guys are just like split up watches between yourselves and the soldiers that are on this caravan as well. So I'm not really worrying about it too much at this stage.
Yep.
Can I get everyone, except for Amber, to leave the room?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Open up the
Chicken nuggets.
Bum, bum, bum!
Just so Alice and Ash know, I bought you guys a 10-pack of chicken nuggets and saved them for you, and then I ate them.
Chris is his cat.
Sorry. I bought them for you. I didn't want them when I bought them, but they came. And I
You
was
were so
hungry.
odd, Cora. It is not funny.
Ash, you might as well take this time to heat up some food for yourself.
I'm getting soup.
I do apologise.
Yeah, actually, guys, just so you're aware, after we have our discussion, we probably will go into the break. Okay. So you've got a bit of time in your hands.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's ramen, but still.
Shut up, you.
Then I ate.
Get out!
Get out.
Get out.
I just realised, like,
Um,
I don't have a name for my mount.
Just as a little side note, Amber has also been like little prayers to Moradin as well. Just to, like a little check-in, but not expecting a response because she doesn't know how this shit works.
You've been having troubled sleeps ever since you've left the Black City. A mixture of missing Rowan, of course. A mixture of still not understanding fully what's going on the religious side of things when it comes to who saved you in the long run. You follow Moradin because you had a chat with Moradin in the past, but you feel that might have been more out of luck than anything else, than the gods specifically talking to you, because you know that they've fallen from the heavens. So you're still a bit of troubled in that. But since leaving the city, and there are less stress of what's happened with Musalon and the city itself, and the stress of not having to worry about what's going on there has made you relax a little bit in that sense. But on the 7th night when you fall asleep, you have a dream. In that dream, you see again the same thing you've seen before in one of your previous dreams, where you see from the eyes of whoever it is who fell from the sky in the graveyard, in the big crater. However, this time, unlike last time, there is more information that has been shown to you. You have a sense that there is more to this than just a dream. The graveyard itself, you see as you are lying in the crater itself that you created from forming, a gentleman with another group of soldiers. From what you can gather, there is the black and white of the Order of Teutonic Knights with them. You recognize the colors very well. One of the gentlemen, which looks like the leader of this group, comes to you rather rushed, and there is no words you visibly hear, but you do see their lips moving as they converse amongst each other, or more likely converse to whoever you are portraying in this dream. You are helped out of the crater. You are somewhat carried or dragged partially. You feel like whatever happened to you has knocked the wind out of you, that you needed help. But every single one of these people who are coming here to help you seem to also have a look of revere on their face. And they take you to a house. You don't quite see the travel or the taking there. The dream doesn't cover that aspect. You just suddenly find yourself inside a house, what looks like you think in a farm area some way. Not quite sure. None of it's familiar. And you are lying in bed, and you think you're sick. From your perspective as a dwarf, you don't normally get sick, so when you feel this sickness, you feel it quite profusely. You feel weak. You feel like you've lost quite a lot. And you feel like, even though you don't see the time of day pass, that you've been here for months. For a very, very long time. After a certain amount of time of having this feeling of being sick, you wake up another day, or it feels like you're woken up another day. You're feeling that the sickness is completely gone. You're feeling energized. You're feeling full of purpose. You're feeling full of power. You're feeling like something has passed. And you get out of bed. Unlike before, there is no one sitting in your room looking over you. You've been in bed that long that they have decided not to be that
Vigilant.
That's the word. However, as soon as you get up, you've obviously heard the noises of you getting up. You shout out something. You don't quite hear what you say, but you do know you said something. And then immediately as that happened, the door of this bedroom of this small house flings open. And there is that same gentleman who was found you originally, has opened it up, and he's wide-eyed when he sees that you are standing up on your own 2 feet, nowhere near as sick as you were before. He just pauses for a moment because he is bewildered by what's happening. You ask for something. He points towards a chest near the end of the room. You go over there and there is equipment in there. You're not quite sure what it is, but you go through a motion of putting all this on. It takes you some time. There's definitely a very ornate armor that has been put aside for you as well. It seems to be a little old and a little dusty. It seems to be a bit tarnished. And obviously someone's tried to clean it but hasn't done the best job they possibly can. Perhaps they didn't think it worthy, or perhaps there was something else going on that they realized it wasn't worthwhile doing at this stage. But from what you can gather, this is familiar armor. You've worn this before. It's yours. It's been yours for a long, long, long time. Probably millennia. You put the armor on, you grab your weapon, you grab your shield. You notice the Order of Teutonic Knights symbol on the shield itself. You come out of the house and greet all of the other soldiers who are also being sworn to protect you. And they've realized that you no longer need protecting. Something has passed. You look up at the sky and you can see that the summer is starting to fade away and that the autumn is coming in. the leaves on the tree in the area, the pines in the area, are somewhat falling, and some of the other non-pine trees are also going red and browns as the autumn starts to kick in. This is roughly about the same time you think that Xenofeld died at your hands. It seems to be that the passing of Xenofeld has passed the power on to whoever this is. And you are somewhat conscious of what's going on as Amber. And from all the information you've gathered in the past, you're pretty sure you're portraying Sigma. Time passes again. It's only been a couple of days since the falling of Xenofeld, but you, as Sigma, or who you believe to be Sigma, has already moved towards the towards the city for the Order, which I forgot what they're called. I'm not worried about it now.
Alright.
Where you are meeting up with the heads of state for the Teutonic Knights. And they are all wide-eyed about who you are, and about what's happened and what's going on. You have a whole audience amongst you. You still cannot understand what's going on. You do not understand what's being talked about, but you know there is a large conversation happening. And as the dream state that you were in starts to fade away, the very last thing that you are talking about with all of the other leads here is you are standing over a table with a whole heap of maps. And one of the maps is a map of the Night Deserts. And it seems to be focused from you, not from the others, but from you. In fact, it even feels like some of the other people in the area are trying to dissuade you from going to the Night Deserts, as if it doesn't hold any purpose for the Order of Teutonic Knights. However, you emphasize that you need to put it together. On that, more time passes. And gathering by the time that has passed, you were looking not at the present, but something potentially in the future. You can see the shipyards in the docks are preparing for war, or at least how you perceive it as war. Whereas all year round, not all of the ship docks are usually utilized. This time, the docks are full swing. A lot of people who have been unemployed and homeless have managed to find work putting together the new army, putting together the new ships to travel over the borders. You see ships being built, large galleons. You see cannons being put together. You see steam tanks, very known for the modern version of the Order, have been being put together. You oversee as your scenes skip and change from here and there, as new soldiers are being recruited from wherever they can get their hands on. An army of Sigmarites, of the Teutonic Knights, are being put together, and obviously, on your behalf, they look like they're gearing up for war. And then you wake. And on that note, we're going to go for a quick break.
Now to retell this story Amber style.
That's why I wanted you to be separate to the rest of them. I wanted to tell it Amber style.
So, Amber originally got her first vision from the tree when they slept. And it's interesting because I really like the whole, continuing with it.
Mm-hmm. I had purposes. Alright, we are going to have a quick break for about 15-20 minutes and then we'll come back, everyone. So, stick with us as we continue on with the story and she tells the rest of the party about her dream.
Oh, bad.
Bad. I need to find. I'm gonna go with Kral. I like the
Thanks.
Kral quest.
We'll be back shortly.
I'm
Welcome back.
shit.
Greetings. Are
Are
you
you
okay?
all right?
No, I think she's having an episode.
Man,
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
It's okay, Emma. You're just you're on the cot and you're fine, and you've got both your arms and legs attached.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, yes,
Everything.
both arms and legs.
No, wait, it's not fine. No, wait, no, there's a thing. And oh, my head's spinning.
You guys are waking up the next morning, essentially. You probably might be up earlier because you're helping cooking and stuff like that, but otherwise...
That's what they do.
So
get up
I
before
basically
everyone
be
else
in the
their
cart
bed.
and wake up next to that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like sleepily roll over.
Amber, you need to lay off the booze.
What? What? No, it has nothing to do with alcohol. I think.
I don't know. When I drink, I get funky dreams.
I've never had weird dreams from alcohol.
Was it a dream or was it something else?
Oh, I don't know. It felt so real. It reminded me of the vision I had. You know when we were at the tree? And I didn't trust the
No,
tree.
he was not there at the time.
What?
He was not with us at the tree.
What tree?
Oh, yeah. Right,
I
you
got no
weren't.
clue.
It was a magical tree that Rowan found in the forest somewhere.
I didn't trust it. It was a suspicious tree. It was super suspicious.
There's a lot of words that I don't understand. I'm hungry.
I dig in, and
Just drop the food on him, just like.
I've got Yin sitting next to me, just munching on shit too.
All right. Well, okay. I guess I should start at the beginning. But the beginning is too long ago. I mean, you know, but
Start at the beginning
What
of
happened in the dream?
perhaps.
right in the dream. Well, I don't really remember where it started.
Were you in a bed? Were you in a forest? Were you
Oh yes, I was in a
Were
bed
you
at
on
one
a
point.
boat?
I was
Were you
also
on a
in a house. Apparently, I was really sick. Oh wait, no, but there were these people there, and no, wait. Then the
Okay, so would intelligence help her remember what was going on in this dream?
I'm going to say probably wisdom, actually.
Wisdom? I will go over and place my hand on her and cast Enhance Ability as Wisdom. So, advantage on Wisdom.
awesome. I have a -2 to
Yes.
all wisdom rolls.
Precisely, that's why I figured it might help.
It gives you a little bit more clarity.
So you remember things a bit clearer.
Oh, some really ugly armor.
Can you describe the armor?
You're saying that's her wisdom increased?
Just give it
Right.
time.
Okay.
Okay, wait, no, let me start at the start. Oh, wait, there's gonna be a war! Wait, that's not the start. That's in the future. No, wait.
That's a given. There
I was
is
going to
always
say
wars.
that there's wars everywhere. You have to be a little bit more specific.
Okay. Well, there was a dog, and there was lots of black and white, and the armor was really ugly, you know? Like,
Oh dear.
these
those
things
guys.
here and there, and,
This
you
is
know,
the order.
I was going to say, like this.
Ugh, yeah. Oh, except the guy that I was person could have been a woman. Didn't actually think to look down. Anyway, their armor was, a bit more intricate, like
Like
a
a
bit more
witch hunter.
here and here and
Would
there
I
and
recognize the armor that she's describing?
Do me a history roll.
religion.
I'll do history first.
Yes.
I do not.
All right.
In that
For
case.
you, she's probably describing some very well constructed armor of some particular type. You're not quite sure where. If it's related to the order, then it's
Very
probably some
decorative.
high-ranking official, which might have like ribbons, and eagles. Sort of.
Did it have like a red seal thing with a piece of paper with writing on it?
Would I potentially know, having had them invade my homeland repeatedly?
As he basically starts bringing out his description of what he's trying to get Amber to go. Just keep going with the role playing.
Skulls and stuff.
I think so. But really decorative. Like, so unnecessary.
Oh yes, that is all of their armor.
You probably find that part of your armor had maybe like one shoulder, which was basically shaped in a sort of like eagle-looking sort of thing that was coming off the shoulder.
And there was this weird, like, pointy animal on my shoulder.
Pointy
Like
animal.
a fish.
You know, like, meep, 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 meep.
A fish.
Penguin?
What? What's penguin?
Never mind.
It's like a combination between a fish and a bird.
That sounds pretty cool. Does it
What?
taste good?
I've never tried, to be honest.
So,
I
you
reckon
were
it would.
a alderman doing what?
Oh, no. I was much different to that. I wasn't an ornament, but it was covered in ornament, if that's what you're saying they are.
It sounds very much like they're. What are they called?
But
Oh, right!
Did he have a big hat?
But hang on.
I couldn't see my head.
We're really getting quite extreme into what appears to just
Was
be
he a
weird
pretentious
dream.
prick?
I don't know, I couldn't hear anything being said.
So you had a weird dream.
It was kind of like, you know, when you're underwater and everything's like...
No, I tend to avoid water.
So,
So you
you
had
were
the
in
dream.
the
Kind
body.
of like that.
Wait, you had the dream. You were surrounded by people in black and white.
Oh, I forgot the most important part. It was continued on from my vision. That's what I was trying to say at the start.
All
You know?
right.
So in the graveyard with the stones and the people and the crater.
Oh yes.
Oh no.
But I was really, really sick. You know, I was in bed like, oh, I feel so shit. Why am I dreaming of feeling shit? You know, but you know,
Like you'd just been ordered of a graveyard.
I guess. Felt like a really long time. Like months. And then all of a sudden I was like, I'm okay. And I got out of bed and was... I couldn't understand what was being said, but I was demanding things of people.
Quickly.
What?
The last time you had remembered your vision that you'd had about the man falling into the graveyard,
Yes.
you said you saw black tendrils.
Oh yeah, I did.
Did you
In
see
other
them?
words, whoever that was that you had the visions about should now be better because Xenofelt is gone.
Well, I mean, like, is he? I mean, like, you had a bit of Xanafelt and it was talking, right?
Well,
We killed
on that
another
note-
bit of Xanafelt that
I
was
open up my bag and pull out the vial.
The violet black stuff is now just like a powdered black now, as opposed to lead.
That still doesn't mean shit. I mean, he might have, like, portions of shit where, like, all of this portion of shit falls under this portion of shit. Never mind. I
very
don't
much
know.
doubt it.
I just want more fish. Can I have some?
Can I roll a religion check?
Also,
Did-
I should...
See if I recognise the description she's given.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pointy things on shoulders.
I'm happy for you all
waving.
guys who are listening to this and actually paying attention to if you want to do religion and history checks. If you've already done the history check, which you have.
My
Nat
religion's
20 on my religion.
Nat 20 on your religion.
What's your plus?
Wait, hang on. Which one did you want first?
I'll say history first because I did history for the rest.
Cool. All right. Religion second.
Only a
then.
3.
I still rolled higher by 1.
20.
20 for your history.
Religion.
Religion.
History was like
24.
For your religion as well.
So, who has the power to give aldermen orders?
Well, there's two people. Well, 3 other than the leaders, but they're witch hunters. Typically, like to give orders. I mean, they don't technically have the power to, but they still do it anyways.
I have been in the order ranks before, hence the armour.
Yeah.
And really, it's Sister Margaret could have given orders, but it does not sound like she was a woman.
It sounds like the big man himself.
It sounds like they have found Sigma.
Is,
Nah, Sigma's
Exciting time for
bullshit.
them.
who's Sigma?
Sigma is the god of the Aldermen.
Oh, that would explain why they were looking at me like I was... Oh!
It is believed that he was once actually a man, but he ascended to godhood.
Well, he seemed kind of like an asshole.
Oh, yes.
I did ask if he seemed like an arrogant prick.
Oh, wait, no, he didn't seem like an arrogant prick, just a bit of an asshole. He was commanding them all to go to the 9 deserts and make war.
I thought you said you didn't understand it. And you...
Hey,
No, I didn't. I saw a map.
Ah,
Sorry, did you
It
say
said 9 deserts.
you said the 9 deserts?
Yes.
I feel like that was an important thing you should have mentioned
What?
earlier.
What?
The
The
desert.
fact that you saw a map of them going to the Nine Deserts.
Oh yeah, but it's okay. That hasn't happened yet.
Are you sure about it?
Yes.
Are you saw a clock on the wall also?
Oh well,
And
no,
a
I mean
calendar?
like the map part has happened, but none of the rest of it has. Or maybe it has.
Could you see any other points on the map that were of interest?
Did I?
Yeah, you would have seen the order lands, the lands of the order, and then basically you can see kind of like now you've had a bit more memory of it. Didn't describe it too much in the dream. The map is the Nine Deserts and the Ordermen, and like a whole lot of those small little miniature
Yeah,
sort
so
of
like
ships
a-
and troop movements and stuff like that.
Like a
Did you see
battle
perhaps,
plan
Yeah.
map thing.
So basically, a whole
Was
bunch
it
of
the
units
shrine?
heading towards Gdansk.
Was it the shrine that they were battling?
no, not from. They're just going straight from
in
the Orderland.
Carpathia?
Oh, so they'd be going off the western coast.
Yeah, so not
Oh,
near the.
Fielmark.
You probably saw Gdansk in your original image, and you probably see some of the troop movements coming from the Temple of the Hammer,
Yep.
showing that they're also
the
moving
one.
down.
Unless there was specifically words on the map, she's not very good at geography.
Yeah, exactly. You just basically say there's a whole heap of figures, a whole heap of
So,
ship-looking ships, and
well, there was there was lots of little things on the map, and then some of them kind of looked like ships, but they were moving around and this and that, and there was
Alright, alright.
from the like
Hang
the
on,
squiggly bit on the side here.
Stop. I'm gonna pull out my cartography kit and just roughly draw the area and just say, right, so this place, right?
I mean, I think so.
Right. So like what were they pointing at?
Well, they were pointing at here-ish.
Right, so somewhere
And-
in the entire western continent there might be a war.
No, they were there, and then there were like things all down
I think
here,
she means more
here,
south, the
so
Nine
down
Deserts.
there.
Would I know where the pyramid in the Nine Deserts is? Because I know that the Eternals and the Ravennans were fighting over it quite fiercely.
This is where we need a Mia.
yes, this is where you need a Mia.
Honestly, at this point in time, that's on the other side of the world. I couldn't
is.
care less.
It may be, but there are
What?
Other
Your sugar
things-
daddy is over there.
Plans of attack. Imperial City.
Well,
Go help Rowan. Go Nine Deserts.
it looks well. Okay, it kind of now that I think about it, it kind of seemed a bit like big asshole guy was trying to like force his followers to do the thing.
That sounds like Sigma, yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's a
And
bit of a
then
dick.
right.
It's why I do not follow him. Well, that's because I was dropped off at the Kalambor Temple instead.
Right. What do you mean you were dropped off at the Kalambor Temple? Are you an orphan?
No, I
Oh.
was just very far down the rungs of my family's inheritance.
He's like seventh son of a seventh son. So there's 6 people in front of him to get stuff.
I don't understand.
It was
Okay,
an
never mind.
offering to the church in the local area. Was my life in service?
More like
Your family sacrificed you to the church?
it's more like we can't beat this one. Take him away.
It is a great honor to serve the church.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh.
It may not have been an honor for your people, but it was for mine.
My
And I
family
serve
serves the church.
Gladly.
Right, this doesn't sound like a problem right now, honestly.
Is there anything else?
Let me consult my memory.
Question?
I'm going to be casting some spells in a minute.
What is
Because I
it?
knew I wouldn't remember this by
No,
the time the
sending-
break was over.
I need to talk to the head of my church. Figure out what the fuck is going on.
This just in. War! Sigma declares war on the Nine Deserts.
Look, honestly, I know,
Ferdinand assassinated!
I know that
He's trying to like say it without saying it, but
I think, look, my friends, right? they sort of have bases all over the place. I know there's Imperial City, Estra, and like Dragoncourt territory. What's the town?
I'm gonna roll for that.
Which town are you look for?
Dragoncourt capital. 11, 12.
Probably be reasonably common knowledge. I can't remember what the name of it is either.
I say the name perfectly, whatever it is. I can't remember it right now.
That's the one. Look, I'm pretty sure that there was a base around there. I'm pretty sure that's where one of, yeah. Anyway, I think my people will probably be able to have a little bit of a finger on the pulse of sorts, so I can send a message.
Well, all I know is in their big city, at their docks, they were amassing a big army. Lots of ships, lots of people being
But like, really,
pulled to,
there's war all over the place.
What?
There's war all over the place. Why do we
Oh,
care?
this was like really big.
Why do we care?
Because it's very uncommon for the Order to move outside of their lands to attack something, especially going to the Nine Deserts.
I mean, the Temple of the Hammer was
That
attacked
was in
by...
their lands.
Yeah, but like, I would expect a retaliation after that.
Against the people that attacked the Temple of the Hammer were not from the Nine Deserts. They were from Carpathia.
Right, so that we know.
They would have only had to move 2 territories north. And last I heard, the people that ruled Carpathia were outed by a group of highwaymen. So
I don't know.
I will get answers. I cast sending.
Yep.
And cast it at the head priest of my church and go, I have heard there is war coming to the Ordermen. Can you please elaborate and tell me what's going on?
You get a message back. We have not heard of any war of the Ordermen. They have been doing everything they've been doing like they normally do. What is it you speak of?
Volkia, from your look of confusion there, and Amber's look of confusion telling her story, I don't know how accurate any of this is, or if it's a premonition or what. But
So-
I would suggest that we
If they're all
not go spreading it just yet.
if they're
I'm
all
not
just
going to tell
talking
anyone.
around her, Amber's gonna start pulling out some paper from somewhere, like either a book or whatever she has. Just start doodling all the things she can remember in her head.
No, Kahara's missing. Kahara was the capital that was lost, so that's not actually the...
Should I do a dexterity roll to see how well my drawings turn out?
I'm going to make you do 2. Your dex is just for the... I'm going to say that you got time. You don't have to worry about drawing it so much. I'm just going to make you do, with advantage, of course, because the spell is cast onto you, another wisdom check. This is about remembering.
It goes deeper than that.
What am I rolling though?
Just a straight wisdom check at this stage.
14.
14. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, for Amber, it's really
For
good.
him, and you're doing it pretty fresh after attachment, so it's not too bad.
Aradase. Aradase is the place that I'm thinking of.
Or days.
Yeah.
One of the things that you draw in your pictures after you guys just like let her do her business, because you're noticing that she's seems to be better at putting her memory to images
Paper.
more than she is to actually saying them. And you watch for a bit. About an hour passes by. You go in and out, and you eventually come back after she's finished a few of them. And one of the images, which is you don't know why you wrote it down and you draw it, but you thought it was important, but at the same time you didn't think of it as important.
She's just trying to get everything out of her
that's
head.
right.
Yeah.
You draw a picture of autumn, representing this time of the year, and the house. And that's what you drew.
Yeah, she would have drawn the house.
Yeah, the house that she was staying in when she was originally sick. As the
Well, I mean, you could ask her about it. What house? What is this?
Yeah, that's basically what it is. A picture of what she version of autumn,
Yeah.
all the falling leaves and stuff like that, as well as this the farmhouse. That's basically what it is.
What house is that?
Oh, it was where I was sick. In my dream, when I was really, really sick, I was in a house. There was a house, and there was the chest, and this is where I stayed. And then I woke up and I was fine, and this was outside.
Look, As much as I,
because you've probably forgotten that you are heading into autumn as well right now.
as much.
So would that be the same for that side of?
It looks like she's written this time of the year.
It as much as I enjoy the distraction from seeing my lovely family, what are we doing?
We're going to continue on. When everyone leaves, we'll go with them because we still need to keep moving.
Right.
But I need to find out answers to what's going on,
Well,
and if there is a risk to come
from that,
I need to.
And I point to it.
Believe this has not come to pass yet.
By
So
the way,
there is no war yet. The Order have not made their moves yet.
even if it's a
But if-
war, what the hell can we do?
If they're going to the Nine Deserts,
I don't believe they have even.
no. But if their plan is to, once Sigmar is up again, if their plan is to go to the Nine Deserts, that's where Kalimvor is. That's where he told me when we started on this road to the Imperial City. He told me he was in the Nine Deserts.
And
That something
meanwhile,
big was about to happen.
Tiamat is sitting in the Imperial capital, and we are what?
So something-
state away.
Big is going on, and the gods are
Gathering.
gathering.
Then we should make haste to the Imperial City.
Well,
I'll send another message to the head priest, because there's been such a gap, and he's
Yeah.
probably thinking, "What the fuck's going on?"
I would
We're all
presume.
Basically saying,
I'd presume that we'd actually started traveling already because
Yeah,
she'd
you
be
travelled a
sitting
bit, yeah,
next
yeah.
to Antoine at the top of the cart and just doodling as we're
yeah.
going.
So basically, I
you
was
still out traveling when this is happening.
just say a member of my group seems to have had a premonition that the Order have found Sigmar, and
he's
they will be
leading
heading
the
to
crazy
the Nine
one.
Deserts.
The response is, we will send others of the church to look into it and get back to you.
Thank you very much.
You sent another sending just to say thank you.
Probably wouldn't have done that. I've only got one more fucking third level spell for today.
you run so much magic on that garbage. Just observing.
It is a good way to keep in contact with people.
Righto.
What? Sitting there spacing out.
If we could take just a moment, I want to test something out. I've been working on something.
Oh, this.
Oddclaw, can you run to that tree and back again? As quickly as you can.
And I just sprint to the tree and back.
Alright.
It becomes like Kit, and suddenly there's like parts of him open up and stuff like that, and he goes into speak mode.
Now, one moment. Going to cast a spell on you. Now try it again. And I've cast haste.
I do it again, and this time I hit
You
the
feel-
tree at
Yeah, you suddenly feel like you're twitching at the muscles, involuntarily sort of like twitching as you get this spell cast on you. Then you just go.
Fuck!
Oh, good. It worked exactly. In fact, better than I hoped.
What the shit was that? I love it.
Something I've been
and
working
you can
on.
just see like crack addict Kitty.
Like everything that you just take for granted that you do, like every once in a while when you absentmindedly reach into your pack to try and get some food out, you're doing it so fast that you're not used to it, and you're actually accidentally overreaching or something like that, or you actually snatch something really quickly, or you just can't quite grab it because you're just still so fast.
And then he comes
Reaction.
down from the high.
Not yet.
Concentration for a minute.
This is useful.
Yes, I'm not quite sure how long it will last for, but it's a new spell.
What's it for?
Makes me go faster.
Makes me go faster.
Yes, gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast.
Painting
And then
and
the spell
like
ends.
Wow. That's pretty good.
You have a level of exhaustion.
From haste.
Doesn't give you a level exhaustion.
Oh no, sorry, sorry, you're right. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. So, like at the time it ends, there's this brief moment of all of a sudden your lactic acids have just like filled up all your muscles and stuff like that, where you're just like completely zonked out and can't do anything.
Yeah.
For like a few seconds.
Basically, you missed a round of combat.
Oh wow. That's kind of shit.
Okay, so there is a side effect, but for a period of time you are...
And you also age 1 year. I'm kidding.
Faster than
That's
God.
the old
That's
version.
the old rule.
Do you literally age 1 year in
Yeah.
haste?
Yeah, in the old rules.
The old rules, it was severe as hell.
3.5 can be below.
Right, so there are some limitations, but it is good to know we have something like this. We can go fast.
Speed kitty.
I don't really like it. I move fast enough.
Well, we can apply it to combat as well.
I guess so.
Especially if you.
I don't really like it. He's not what he was saying.
By the way, I got some.
You basically get spider senses.
I got something to test too.
And I pull cat out of the hat. It literally.
Yeah.
And just toss it to Antoine and just go, Antoine, catch! And toss it to you. And then I cast Shocking Grasp through it.
Roll attack with advantage.
Why? My armor's made of bone.
That's a good point.
You're right. I'll give you that. No, without advantage. So whatever the first roll was.
18.
It's still a hit. As you feel a zap of electricity go through.
You get no reaction, so the cat just sits there for a few moments and leaps back into my
I
arms.
threw it.
And I'm probably going to have to roll damage on that.
So you take some damage from it, but I'm not gonna.
It's 2d8. It's actually quite chunky.
It's quite chunky. Yeah. For him, he's still.
It's a spicy meatball.
That's just rude.
Pretty cool, huh?
I'm not sure.
Your cat is electric.
Close enough.
I'll
I think
handle
it, I think it's got to do with the fact that you used a weird circle and these metal eyes.
And I'm just like stroking yin yang as I say it.
Yes.
I like it, thank you.
It's alright.
An hour.
Okay. Can you do me another advantage wisdom check? Just straight one like you did before.
Not so lucky. 9.
9. Even with advantage.
Yep. I have a -2, remember?
You draw another. You add details to the original picture of the farmstead in the autumn. Tentacles in the background, really bad ones.
Oh, look, we've seen those before.
Tentacles or
Yeah.
Black goo.
black goo type tentacles.
Yeah, the way she would interpret them, yes.
We've seen those before. Look, I think it's safe to say Xanafeld's still around. Can we keep doing what we're doing at
If
the moment?
Xenofelt was still around, the goo would still have sentience.
Well,
Not necessarily. He may have changed his host and adapted.
I mean, that portion of Xanafelt is dead. We found out that, like, that sentient goo, that stayed sentient, but in Bite's area when we killed someone in Bite's area, I can't remember, but there was goo on the walls and it crumbled there, right? But the goo in your bottle didn't. So maybe, like, it has a sort of, like, tree structure where certain roots
Hear
get
me out on
damaged.
this.
I don't know.
The goo was mostly concentrated around Umberly, was it not?
Not the part that attacked us.
But
It
that
was only
could,
the pillar that was concentrated
that
on.
could have
Umberly.
potentially been manifested from her power. He may have different hosts.
I don't see why not. It would make sense.
I have one way to check this, but I will not like it if I get an answer.
What, sending to Sigma?
No.
Sending to Xanafeld.
Would he answer?
We need an answer.
Go on then.
You won't like it when he gets an answer, and you won't like it if he doesn't get an answer.
No, if I don't get an answer, it's a good thing because it means the fucker is dead.
Or he's just not answering.
No, he would want to gloat.
I don't know about
So
that.
you're going to try and cast sending to what you believe is Xenofeld?
Well, that's
I'm
the
going to
problem.
try and
What you
cast-
believe is Xanafeld.
Exactly.
I'm going to cast sending to Xenofelt and just go, Xenofelt, are you still there?
You get no response.
Maybe you don't understand your target that well.
I only have to be familiar with the target that I'm.
We were
casting a
familiar with but a portion of it that we killed.
Amber, do you understand what I added to the image? What it represents in your dream? Okay, cool. So good.
Maybe it's an octopus. Tentacles.
Are there any gods
Look,
that are
look.
octopus?
We've sat here for a
something to do with
long time talking about something that may or may not happen because
It's
someone had
possibly
a
something
nightmare.
I can't remember right now.
I know,
'cause I'm
so
too
it's all
tired.
good.
Yeah.
We had one of us had a nightmare. I have nightmares all the time. Sometimes the fish is
Are you
gone.
kidding? Yeah, I was
Sometimes
going to
there's no
say.
food left.
Was it something you said about the dream, like during the dream?
Some,
Oh, then yes,
Do you know what it is?
I think so.
Well, explain it to them. if you think.
Be like, does this represent Xenofeld?
Oh, well,
Was it your desire for sushi?
what's sushi?
Like food made of fish.
yeah, no, that's generally what tentacles in my dreams mean.
I like fish, but what's sushi?
It's when you like.
Okay, so
No, let's not
Okay,
get into
go
this
ahead.
at the moment.
You get an
Let's
incredibly garbled conversation between Antoine and
you.
Oddclaw explaining what sushi is with high degrees of enthusiasm.
And then I, in thaumaturgy, yell, "Silence!" I also picked that up.
That's fucking loud.
Amber.
What?
What do the tentacles in this picture represent?
What? My ears are ringing.
What do the tentacles mean?
Oh, well, I don't know how to. Oh, my ears popped. Oh, that's better.
It may have been a bit.
Well, it's hard to explain, but I was thinking about it and I was, drawing, and I had this urge to just represent like a transference of power. Let's call it that. Yes, that's a good way to describe it. Like I felt really strong all of a sudden, like
The power moves.
I just
Shocking grasp.
like kind of like when I woke up from having died. But it wasn't a good energy. I mean, it felt good.
So the person that you were in the body of
Yes,
felt a power surge.
I guess so. They were really beforehand.
Does that mean that only a certain amount of them can have power at any one time while they're down here?
Remember when I said Umberly explained the 5? 5 of them have retained their godly power. The rest have not.
So
To me,
one of
this
them-
sounds like the power transfers once one of the 5 are dead.
That is what I'm
And
thinking.
it looks like it's transferred to Sigma.
Dancing bear. Sorry.
It's the most logical solution because the tentacles representing Xenofeld's power coming into Sigma himself.
Quite possible, yes.
Nothing we can do about it. At the moment.
It will take, if that's the case, it only happened, 2 weeks ago? It'll take time for him to marshal the Order forces anyway. It's not going to be an overnight thing. It will take him months
It'll take
to get the
months.
forces properly.
It'll take possibly a year for an army to march to the 9 deserts from.
If they use the docks, they don't have to march the whole way down Middlemark through the 9
Still
deserts.
take months.
It will still take months.
We have
So
time.
we're going to have to hurry up and get to the Imperial City as quickly as we can.
You guys are smart enough. A year actually is probably not far fetched.
Yeah.
For an
We-
army.
Being in the Order forces a few times, I'm like, it's going to take them a while.
It's also
Amber's,
mobilisation too,
Yeah.
because they're all spread out.
Yeah, because they're going to
Mobilisation
draw in
of
all the armies that they sent
conscription.
into Carpathia and to the Temple of the Hammer, draw them all back.
Conscription of new soldiers and everything like that.
Amber's gonna just sit and draw as many things as she can remember, like the armor,
Yep.
like
She
the details of the armor, not so much the face or
but
people or anything, just the details of the armor.
When she finishes off the armour, she takes a few hours on the armour, so you guys want to have a history check on that one.
I was going to say, would I recognise this as one of the people that controlled me while I was in the Order forces?
23.
23.
I should have cast a spell on myself before doing that. I got a. What's my history? I got a 6.
6.
Yeah,
So I get flat.
To you, it still certain amount of ornateness to it that it's like this is definitely like high inquisitor or not. When I say high inquisitor, I mean that this is not specifically an inquisitor's armor, but it's something like an inquisitor would probably wear.
Yeah.
But also would a high priest of the order would also wear, as well as one of the higher ranking soldiers as well. The style you can't quite specifically point out. You don't quite know what it is, but it's definitely got that style, that look to it, and that detail and quality has been put to it that is someone of the highest possible rank you can think of.
Yeah.
For you, you're like, this is Sigmar's ancient armor.
Thought so. Bastard.
This is a bit forced.
It is most definitely Sigmar. I've seen this armor drawn before in artworks that the Aldermen have brought when they've raided Estra. Or, sorry, occupied Estra. Peacefully.
The Order never do anything peacefully.
None of them bloody do. Everyone who comes to Estra wants it for themselves.
I've never been.
I will take it one day. Possibly.
So, we now have Sigmar, who, from her previous visions, was infected by Xanafelt. We then killed Xanafelt, and he now has power and his original armor back.
Seems that way.
The next drawing Amber's going to work on is the face of the man who greeted her at the door
Yep.
when she woke up.
Yep, you draw a man. I'm not going to make you do a roll on this one because her drawing's not as accurate enough to give you an exact replica, but it looks still, by the way you've done the armor of this guy too, he's also reasonably high ranking.
She'd just try and recall as many defining features as possible.
Yep.
Just so that if they saw him, they'd be like,
Oh yeah, it would be a case of as soon as you see the guy, you'd be going, oh yeah, you know, type.
yeah, like, it's not someone you'd recognize immediately maybe, but like, if you looked at the person, you'd go, hang on a minute. Oh, it's that person, you know, like a, and then the last thing she'll draw is the docks with all of
All the ships going.
the
on,
ships,
yeah.
the army, as much detail as she can remember, like how many ships.
Would I recognise that as the Order capital?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm like, I know where that is.
And then she tries to draw the map with the, and it's a bit squiggly.
You got a little bit of help because Oddclaw also cartographed the map
Well,
for you originally.
If
so
I
you
steal
realise
his cartographed map, I can like sketch on top
and
of that.
you put a couple of points of where some of the troop movements are and where
Yeah.
some of the ships are. So from what you can remember, a lot of the ship were basically in the docks of the capital. And then,
Stock
a lot of
radios.
troop movements. You can see some in the Temple of the Hammer, and they obviously got arrows. She tried to do arrows that she didn't remember from the map, but she saw pointing towards coming to the capital. And then, a whole heap of different areas. It looks like they're marshalling everyone.
Amber,
They are abandoning territories. It's that important.
Amber,
What?
in your dream,
Out of
did you
character, I
have
think
a
I know what
weapon?
this is.
What?
Did you have a weapon?
Oh.
I know you guys should know what
5
this is.
retain power.
Yes.
Oh, don't worry, I worked at that ages ago.
Did I have a weapon in hand?
Yes, you did. I can't remember what it would be. I will have to look into that one because it is important. Weapon. It's a hammer. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I was going to say, wouldn't it be Sigmar's hammer?
Yeah, big hammer. Something about my brain's like,
Very
oh, it's a
ornate hammer.
Or the fist.
Oh yeah. And then next to the armor, I doodle the hammer of like what
Yeah.
it looked like.
Yeah.
I was holding this.
It looks like a hammer.
It definitely looks like one of Sigmar's holy relics.
Once you finish the map with all the troop movements on it, I'm going to like grab it and I'll be like,
Over the next few weeks, just as a tad bit, anytime she recalls new information, she's going to add it to these drawings.
Yep.
Yeah.
All good.
Just it's going to play on
You
her
probably
mind.
at some point in time in your drawings towards the end of in another day or something like that,
Yeah.
you draw the crater and the graveyard.
Yeah.
You draw that as much as you can, and it kind of does represent what you mentioned before. The what do you call the graveyard again?
The
Graveyard
Graveyard
Moor.
of Moor.
Yeah, the Great Moor. It has that look to it. That the way she's drawn it.
That is.
Sorry, the Garden of Moor is
The
what they
Garden
call
of
it.
Moor, yeah.
Yeah, it's a graveyard.
Sorry, but continue what you were saying.
He doesn't like it.
If they're withdrawing troops from everywhere that's on here, they're losing a lot of ground to make an attack on a territory that is so far from their capital.
We need to find out who else is doing so. To marshal that many forces, they must expect a big fight.
Well, considering that they're going to the Nine Deserts and Kalimdor already knows that something big is going to happen there, as soon as we're done in the Imperial City, we have to head to the Nine Desert.
Having Behemoth on our side will be very grateful.
What about Rowan?
We will make sure that he is
Look, let
filled
me
in
just
and
reach
told to
into my
come.
pocket and get at my army that I carry with me everywhere, and we can go to the Nine Deserts ourselves.
But I want to help Rowan.
It's speculation.
Well, let's just do one thing at a time. We'll go to the Imperial City, and then see where we go from there.
Indeed.
Let's just hope that by the time we get to the Imperial City, Tiamat has not left.
What?
Because if
We will find him.
the other gods with her,
Oh, but was that?
It was a male body that we saw, wasn't it? Male Dragonborn that we saw.
told male or female Dragonborn?
This is a male Dragonborn, yeah.
I'm only going off the vision that I was explained.
Oh, okay. I think the last time you told Volkir it was literally just Dragonborn. Well, we will. If there are already multiple gods going to the Nine Deserts, we've got to hope that by the time we get to the Imperial City, the one that you and Yorlan saw with the amulet has not already left.
Well, as I said, we shall make haste.
Well, we can only move as fast as this cart will carry us.
And you guys continue on your travels through the forest. After another week has passed of your
Does it
travels,
cast haste on the horses?
It would only cast it on one, possibly two. And it only lasts for a
Twin
minute.
cast.
It only lasts for a minute.
for the briefest of moments, one of the horses just goes really fast. The other one's just like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Twin cast.
Tries to choke itself.
And you spend probably another week of travel going through the forest area, and it opens up after about the fifth day of that week into a more open area. And by the time the sixth day has gone through, you see in the distance another village that the caravan pulls up to, spends the night there. You go to the tavern, have a few drinks, get yourself some sort of non-gruel and other sort of local produce from the area type thing. There's a small creek running through the
Come on,
area.
bad bitch. Play us a song.
What?
Said, come on, bad bitch. Play us a song.
So over the last
Toss a coin
period
to
of
your
time,
Imperius.
Amber and Rowan have slowly been their conversation or their small communications have slowly turned into just telling each other about their days and the things that they're seeing, and just like
Dirty 20.
2020. You play some absolutely lovely hurdy-gurdy music.
Hurdy-gurdy wordy.
Hurdy-gurdy-gurdy. Of course, everyone knows what song it is.
No, it will not be that.
Come on, it's totally that.
It's
It is
totally that,
definitely not that.
It's the favourite song of the season.
yeah. It is a favourite song of the season.
Exactly why it isn't that. Because Imperius is antisocial and wouldn't understand what the favourite song of the season
That's
is.
true. That's very true. And yeah, you guys haul up for the night. Get yourself some. bit
does
of
there
food.
happen to be like a little,
Witcher in town.
I was gonna say like a little like fight club thing going on?
In this village, no, not really.
Not yet.
Oh yeah.
And if there is, no one talks about it.
Ha ha, I meant just like Amber would get in on any
No,
fight that's
it's
there.
really is just a small village.
Amber just starts a fight.
Yeah, that'll probably be all it is.
She just runs up to someone random and just goes, "Fight Club!"
No, she's not like that.
At a board, you might be.
If she gets drunk enough, she would be. But she doesn't get drunk easy.
But other than that, you guys just like gather some basic supplies, some fruits from the local area, some new fresh bread because most of the bread after a couple of weeks is stale.
I've been tending to my brew.
Yep.
My good berry brew.
You have been.
Stab bread.
What?
You guys, all the bread's gonna be stale. You're like, I'm tending to my brew. I'm like, with stale bread.
I mean, the stale bread doesn't bother me. I just dip it in my beer.
That's true. That does work.
In my ale. I just... Yeah.
It's like liquid bread, literally.
You wake up in the morning, the caravan puts itself together again and then heads off from the village, heading more west. The travel of the road itself is starting to head a little bit south, so it's a bit more southwestish, as you're heading towards the mountains that you can see in the distance.
I feel like...
Toad in a hole, as Daz has said.
What?
Toad in a hole, as Daz has said.
Oh.
And
I
you
feel like
guys-
I'd be starting to get vaguely familiar with the mountain line and...
Yes, this is very familiar to you. You would have at some point in time probably come out of here and it's bringing back memories from almost 20 years ago when you left this place. You are very familiar with the mountains. Like everything else, it's just forest and forest and open plains and open plains and forest and forest. But as soon as you see the
It
mountains...
all looks the same.
so as soon as you see the mountains, you're kind of like, you recognise like that peak, and you've got like dwarven names for them as you probably start rattling them off to the group. And half of them...
Antoine!
What?
That one there, it's the bearded beauty. Well, I mean, translated it's bearded beauty.
Okay.
In Dwarven
It
it's...
looks like a mountain.
It is. It's the bearded beauty mountain.
I don't see either of those things.
Well, no. See, like, that peak little bit there, right? There, that's the head part.
Oh yes, and where is the bosom?
No, it's the bearded beauty. Not the bosomed beauty.
I assume when you say beauty, you're talking about the female dwarf.
Talking about the mountain.
Okay.
But that is where the luscious beard is.
At that point, I say bearded beauty in Dwarven to you. That one?
Yes!
Okay.
When did you learn Dwarvish?
I've known it all along.
Ah. And then I'm just going to start talking to
Yep.
him in Dwarvish just randomly. Just because I can.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Are you learning? Have you got Dwarvish?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, there you go.
I knew Dwarvish, Elvish, and Celestial. So I'm the only one that can understand him when he speaks in his native language. But it's also the language that Kalimdor would speak.
Finally, someone to speak to.
And then, of course, someone will talk to Amber and she'll forget to change languages and she'll just respond back to Dwarvish.
What?
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. I got carried away. It's been a while since I've spoken Dwarvish. Even the dwarf didn't speak Dwarvish to me. How rude of him.
You probably did. You probably
Nah,
didn't
we-
notice it.
We probably did, like, shift in and out sporadically, yeah. Especially when she gets really angry and, like, indignant to a dwarf, she's going
Yeah.
to just naturally go
And
into Dwarvish.
like most dwarves, they
Yeah.
get indignant back, and then you have this big argument, and you're just like yelling at each other, and everyone's thinking you have a really bad argument,
Waving
thinking that you're going to
arms
start
around.
pulling weapons on each other and whatnot.
And then you have a hell.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, and that one there is the Ginger Sunset. It's a weird interpretation. Well,
Okay. Is it something to do with the way the light falls on it in the afternoon?
yes, of course. See, you're starting to get the dwarven mind. When the sun hits the mountain, that one there,
When the sun-
look at the right time, it turns orange.
That's
The Ginger Sunset.
Okay.
It sounds better in Dwarvish. Common's such a weird language. So
Common.
simple.
It's so that everybody can understand each other.
At that point, I'd be like,
It's like
it's not the most complicated language,
No,
but to be completely honest, neither is Dwarvish.
I didn't say Dwarvish was complicated. It just sounds better.
Oh, if you like the sound of two rocks being rubbed together in your mouth, sure.
It does sound better than Infernal, I will say.
Oh, yes.
I've not heard someone speak Infernal. Can you speak some?
Yeah, I can, in fact. Which, of course, means good morning, how are you?
Right.
What a lovely day it's been.
It's not the most pleasant language to hear?
Yes, well, I mean, it is infernal.
Yes, I guess. But I much prefer the languages I know.
They punctuate sentences by maniacal laughing.
No, it's more of a more like that. Yes,
And what does that mean?
that is just part of the pronunciations.
Okay.
It means full stop.
But that one was actually a comma.
Oh, it's common.
More specifically, the Oxford comma.
Now all I can think of is like having an infernal villain monologuing,
Yes, be great.
and the amount of times they just stop mid-sentence and just start laughing, and you're just like, does anyone understand what the fuck is this?
Infernal's basically a lot of maniacal laughing with each other because of commas and full stops.
That is
says-
like infernal sounds like death metal band.
That is why.
With lots of maniacal laughing.
is why demons do not use much punctuation.
That's true, yeah.
They
And
just shorthand everything.
no one's ever heard the infernal version of a semicolon.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. Okay.
Alright, you guys travel on for a while. You were starting to get toward the base of the mountains where you are noticing that the hills are starting to climb considerably, and you are no longer on this more flat sort of area representing either the surrounding of the village that you passed as well as the forest and the general area. So the hills are starting to climb quite a bit. At first, the path that you're on sort of just tries to steer straight directly towards the mountains as it's going by, but after a while, the road itself gives up on that concept and starts weaving between the hills as it starts to get taller. After about 3 weeks of travel, you were starting to get to the base of the mountains, and Amber probably remembers this because you were starting to get to the base of the mountains where the entrance to the dwarven roads lie.
It's sort of at this point you start noticing that Amber's excitement starts changing from excitement to
Excitement.
Being very reserved.
a little bit jumpy.
It's just a pile of rocks, Amber.
What? No, I know. There's nothing wrong with the rocks. The rocks are rocks. You know, I'm friends with the rocks. The rocks are rocks.
Uh-huh. Then what did you jump when you saw it?
It looked like
Oh yes, what
Rocks.
did it look like? Did it look like a bearded lady?
no.
Oh, sorry, a bearded beauty?
No. It's up there. No, it looked like a squirrel.
Amber.
I thought it was a squirrel. What?
Are we near your home?
No. My home is like much more north than here.
Are we
Much.
near something dwarvish?
North.
I've got to ask.
Well, you know.
And in message, you don't want to go there, do you?
What?
I believe we need to head more south from here, don't we?
Yes.
Yes.
It's once we're at the Dwarven Tunnel, we go straight south
Yes,
until we get
that's,
to the southern coast.
yes, that's that way.
Yes.
And
I'm like-
staring straight at Amber. Much more south. Yes. Good.
Yes. And so, okay, so she knows the dwarven route quite well because she would have travelled it many times.
You also, this is something I was actually going to try and do during the week, but I forgot to. One thing you know about the Dwarven route, probably a little bit of your memories just kicked in. This has existed for quite some time. There
It's quite
is the road itself is old. It is a massive tunnel. It's probably something like 20 feet wide through most of it. Some of it does travel through your part of the world. It's not considered part of your territory for your family and your clan, but they do frequent that area as part of patrols.
yeah, which
What-
is why she would have travelled down it herself.
There is actually
That's what
more
should be
than
mentioned.
just your clan in these mountains too. There are quite at least half a dozen that you know of. But because this is travelling like almost a complete continent worth of travel, this tunnel, it still takes a fair chunk to get through. But because it's a nice direct route, it doesn't. It covers a lot of area, and it's a very safe place for people to go most of the time. What they've also got inside these tunnels is a massively long, essentially a cart/train network. So think mining carts and the rails that they're on and stuff like that. You know that it gets used on a regular basis, and that what pulls the carts up and down are these somewhat newish technology. It's been there of steam sort of trains, for lack of a better way of putting it. Not big trains like we would know them back in the Steam Age. Smaller ones designed to pull about 3 or 4 sort of mining carts worth of stuff. And for the purposes of individuals and small groups of people who are not part of a large caravan, they can basically just jump in this, pay for some tickets, and then this will travel them up and down the tunnels for long periods of time. You know it's not a continuous chain though. Every once in a while it's got to stop for a hazard of some type, and then get off and get onto the next ones and then continue on type thing. And you know this gets you quite a lot. You would also know that this caravan you guys have bought will not be able to hold onto that because it's just not big enough for it.
No, but we'd be able to travel down.
You
the
just
path,
travel down the side of it, yeah. The whole tunnels is just designed for this. In some sections of the tunnel, you do know that there are cliffs that you can't just drive through. But what has been set up in those cliffs is a pulley system with platforms and stuff like that, which you just drive larger caravans on and stuff like that, and they just pull them up and down depending on whether they need to go up or down. Most of there's a lot of that type of stuff in the tunnel. There's a whole heap of different things. There's even, you've heard of a chasm in one section of it, of which they have built this extraordinarily large bridge to sort of cover over the top of it. The chasm is considered one of the more dangerous areas of the tunnels themselves.
I feel like it's like a dwarven
Canal system.
No. I was gonna say I feel like it's
Canal system's actually not a bad way of putting something.
not a rite of passage, but like it's just a dwarven tradition that every dwarf looks forward to, is traveling along the route.
Yes.
Like from beginning to end, it's like a journey you take, like a holiday you take with your family, and it's a big thing. Like
there's
it's
a mix. Dwarves are very insular, so there's always this.
Yeah, but this is their proud history.
Yes, exactly.
And it's about travelling through and seeing the proud history of the dwarves that they've created. So it's
this is mostly dyed dwarven hands, and what's even better about this is not that it's just by one clan. This is one of those rare moments where all the clans got together to create this thing together.
and you can see all of the different histories of the different clans
almost
that have
in each section. In
contributed.
fact, you even remember that each section of the thing where it's got to separate and then transfer onto another set of tracks almost corresponds to the outer limits of each of the clans.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Well, she would know that.
Yeah.
And so she would have travelled from the top all the way to the bottom. Probably never left the mines, except she knows where the entrances and stuff are. But
you probably would at the most of the dwarves in each of the clans, except for the ones that are like on the very edge, might have gone down one or two sets of tracks to go visit other clans and talk, trade and politics and all that type of jazz.
so she's travelled down here a bit. But yeah, it's like just a thing that, But anyway, either way, she's going to lead them to an entrance to the Dwarven tunnel that is further away from where she's familiar with.
You also know that
a little
when
bit
we say
further
one
south.
large tunnel, it is like a little bit of a canal system, so there are offshoots that go to different sections of the mountains.
Yeah.
One that goes towards your clan, which you can easily avoid.
Yeah, she is purposely avoiding it. Yeah.
The ones that go like directly to clan locations or other locations within these don't have the rail network, but they still are quite large and can travel off to them. So you know that the rail network is the one you follow specifically for the purposes of getting through down the tunnels and all through the mountains and back down into the Imperial cities. You'll also know that at some aspects of these tunnels that you've heard of, not seen yourself, there are small villages / towns that have actually built themselves up around certain sections of the crossroads, for lack of a better way of putting it. Not of dwarfs traditionally. You're pretty sure one of them is Yuanti, of a more neutral faction who are happy to sort of be a bit more friendly towards all of those who travel through the area. One of the very few areas and very few group of people who people tolerate. Yuanti being like the humanoid, sort of somewhat snakish people who have weird sort of tendencies, and a lot of people
who are highly racist.
Yeah, a lot of people.
What you were saying, your auntie? I'm like,
No, Yanti.
Yantai.
Yuantai, but.
And you also know when it comes to that particular town, most of the people who travel through the tunnels themselves only meet the more human-like, and there's like a deeper section of that town that most people have not seen, and there's good reason for it.
Mm. Well, lots of people see it, they just don't come out again.
Yes. And even though this is a massive undertaking that was done by the dwarves many moons ago, there are parts of this where, because some of the clans have died off since then, and there are sections of these tunnels where the train network itself has gone under disrepair. Other clans, every once in a while, every decade or so, do go under a big, massive sort of fix everything up, and things are good for a few years again. But because of the undertaking required, it doesn't get done on a hugely regular basis.
It's not as well cared for as the clan that was once there taking care
Exactly
of it.
right. So while there are
Because it's quite a travel for them to go out to fix it and then come back. So
Exactly
the maintenance is far and far between.
So there are sections of it where they're absolutely fantastic, and then there are other sections where it just doesn't quite work. And quite often they usually tell you that no, this section doesn't work, you just have to walk the distance type thing. But even though that does happen, and there are other offshoots of cave systems that go off into the mountains that nobody knows where they go. Most people are told don't go down them because you'll probably never come back. It's a very common thing. Dwarves say that more to everyone else to sort of keep them away more than trying to stop them from hurting themselves, but they try and emphasize the fact they don't want people to hurt themselves. But they just want to keep everyone away because, they don't want them to find all the gold veins and all the silver veins and all that type of jazz. So there's a few some true stories sometimes come out, and sometimes just false to sort of just keep the riffraff away. And a lot of that type of stuff happens through these mountains.
Dwarves have opened up their tunnel for the public use of people, but that doesn't mean they like the public use of people.
They tolerate them because sometimes also
It's profitable.
it is profitable.
That's why they tolerate it. It's profitable.
The trade that it has brought to these areas has been fantastic. And again, like the steam versions of the rail carts are a new addition, probably some of the earliest designs, and ever since the very first one got put in, all the other clans who could create something have created their own versions of these steam carts. It's like they're prototypes of steam related craft that they've been putting out, and these were the very first projects that got put together for such a thing.
So the dwarven tunnels are open for peaceful travellers, but armies can bugger right off.
Armies can also go down these as well. There is no limitations about who can go through here.
Okay.
It was a universal sort of clan thing where if we're going to build this, we have to build it for all. And not take sides in anything that's going on. If an army wants to march through here and use the tunnels for an army, then by all means
It's
they can.
completely neutral ground, and it's one of the ways where the dwarves were able to come to agreement if no one owns it, because otherwise they would fight over it.
There's also a little bit of if one army and another army who are directly opposed to each other and are at war with each other meet each other in the tunnels, they don't fight. It's because the dwarves themselves want to keep this as the trade route that it is.
Yeah.
They want to keep it useful, and both armies on that particular side of things, the dwarves are completely neutral, but if you fuck this up, the dwarves will come down on you with a hammer. And it's their territory, it's their
They
place.
have definitely an advantage in the
They
tunnels.
have massive advantage, and both armies know that they've got to. And even when they leave the exits and the entrances of those tunnels, the dwarves still keep an eye on those areas. So if they decide to, one army decides to camp and exit, the dwarves will get involved.
It's a big thing, and to be a protector of the dwarven trade route is also a big thing as well. There's a lot of dwarves that become protectors, and it's a pretty, I guess, prestigious sort of thing as a dwarf to become a protector of the thing, because you're protecting their way of life and stuff like that.
So yeah, there's a little bit of politics involved. The dwarves take great care of this particular route, and there's a lot of forking off other areas that travel to either other clans who are deeper into the mountains, or other sections of things that have been abandoned since long gone. This tunnel system was built probably a good millennia ago, which is only a few generations for dwarves. Other than that,
Realistically. Yeah.
And you guys reach the entrance as you start going up the path that is winding up the side of the mountain, traveling ever so slowly. For every if you had taken a direct route, it would have taken you a couple of hours, but this has actually taken a couple of days just to constantly go up and down the winding zigzag road, trying to sort of go up the side of the mountains because it's reasonably high somewhere in the middle. And you finally get to the entrance, and again, as you're getting closer and closer, you're seeing.
Amber, are we almost there? Because this is really slow burning 6 up and down and up and down.
Amber at this point, as they've gotten closer, has just like resided in the carriage and hasn't come out, except like when she has to, and she pokes her head through the little like because
There's a window with a door.
yeah, there's a little window to the driver's seat. We're close.
All right. Yeah, you come up.
Not far now.
You come up to the entrance. It is quite a large tunnel. You think at this entrance it's at least 30 feet wide and probably close to 50 feet tall. It's huge. It can travel quite a few large devices through here if need be, and fairly large chunks of army if they're required to go through. As soon as you entered into the entrance, you move the caravans down in a bit further. There's like a large group of people sort of crowded around the very first set of carts with the steam little engine. You can see it's this cute little thing. It seems to have a big boiler sort of container for all the water, of course, with steam, as well as another cart full of coal. And then behind that is a whole heap of other carts that sort of do it. There is one dwarf that basically sits on this engine thingo and just feeds a fire and then chucks all the coal and stuff like that. You probably know this is an early design because the transition from coal to using more like magical domains has usually been a lot more common because then you have to shove coal and grab coal and all that type of stuff. So obviously they haven't caught up with some of the more modern techniques of dealing with this type of
It's
thing.
most intriguing. You know, this was actually one of the early designs that it was first adapted by the Order to make their first steam tanks.
Okay, so we can turn this into a steam tank.
Not this quiet design. It was adapted and modified to work a bit better, but yes, potentially.
So we're going to put steam power on our cart. Yes.
It could be an idea, yes.
Might be faster than horses.
Possibly.
Well, if the Ottoman steam tanks were anything to go by, not really.
Well, the first mistake you made in that sentence was Alderman.
Yes, I know.
Clearly,
the wheels fall off it more often than it
You've got to
fires.
remember the technology has been adapted very fast
No. You need
since
a
the Aldermen
dwarven
made their versions. I've seen more speedier designs.
You need a dwarven
a
design.
Destra.
It's much more reliable.
But she said Estra.
Yes, I've seen. Well, you've got to remember, in Ezra we see all kinds of weapons of war, and as you know, war advances technology.
This is true.
You guys have noticed, of course, that your caravan won't be able to travel on this route, so you can just travel down the side of it. It's not really much of an issue. But there is a group of about a dozen people sort of lining up. There's another dwarf there with like a little pouch on his side. So they go, tickets! Who wants your tickets? And she's yelling out to the general progression of people who are just travelling on the individual cells. Tickets! Anyone want tickets for all the carts? Everyone tickets?
As we're like setting up to just make our way down, I'm like, in Dwarvish you go, no thank you, we're fine to just walk the route.
Good luck to you.
How much is the ticket, out of curiosity?
If you got the money, it's like 1 gold piece. But that's for this section.
I mean, it could be a memento.
What, do you want to just buy a ticket and not use it?
It could be an interesting memento, yes, of our journeys.
Sure. I give him a gold.
You see, you remind me of that. You see, not far from this area too, is like another dwarf, sort of off a little bit from the thing, and he's got like a cart on the side,
selling trinkets and
selling trinkets,
touristy shit.
touristy shit. Yes.
But think like when you're in like France and they've got like the little like stands, like the dingy little stands with all of the tacky Eiffel Tower things. Yeah,
However,
it's like that.
The difference is that while it does have that sort of feel about it, that if anyone's actually curious about it to have a look over and stuff like that, it is still dwarven quality. They are small little trinkets made out of a mixture of soft metals like coppers and stuff like that. There is some more that looks like they're made out of silvers and gold. I think more jewelry is more than anything else.
Anything that catches the eye?
There is a good portion of iron cast, sort of chiseled out of like what looks like a solid piece of iron or something like that, from what I gather, to sort of represent the steam cart that makes these things move.
Oh, Imperius is definitely buying that.
There's also
Is there potentially a fist made of iron.
Yes, there is definitely a fist of iron. Like that's a very common one. Yeah, symbols of Moradin galore.
Because she is an iron fist, so she's gonna get one.
Yeah, there'll be an iron fist. There's symbols of Moradin's there. Iron fists are there.
Oh, she's got Moradin tattooed to her arm.
Yeah.
She doesn't escape that one.
Little miniatures of the actual card itself. A few other bits and bobs here and there. While they are dwarven quality, they're still cheap materials. Mostly iron that they're made out of. He seems to have the odd couple of versions of almost the same thing, but still silver metal. Not quite silver though, from what you can gather. You're pretty sure it's pewter or something like that, so something a bit more quality in that sense.
If you're still around, he'd be able to tell you.
Amber can tell
I
you.
would like to get myself one of these, the pewter one.
Ah, you want one of the pewter ones, hey? That will cost you 1 silver piece for one of the pewter ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent work. Anyone else would like one of the sales trinkets here on one of my carts? Would you like to buy anything, everyone else? Fists of Moradin. Sorry, symbols of Moradin. Iron fist symbols. Anything would you like? Would you like anything else? Would you like any of my top quality merchandise? I can tell that you are defiant shoppers here.
Amber's not gonna go over there because she's like, it's too embarrassing as a dwarf to go and buy dwarven trinkets. So
Yes. Do
she
you have
like
any nice butts?
she goes over to Imperius and goes, Imperius,
Yes.
could you give me an iron fist?
Yes, of course.
I think it would be rather amusing since I am an iron fist. Just a little, just it's amusing. Just here.
Very good.
And I give him a gold.
Give him gold.
You can keep the rest, I don't care. Mister, I've got no money.
Generous.
Hey, I've got the party funds. I've got money whenever I need it.
Until that runs out.
Yeah, it's not looking that great.
Yeah.
Yes, does he have any nice butts? Because some asshole burnt rice in my last one.
No, it's not
One
realistic.
job, Boris.
No, I'm sorry, I am not a pot salesman. I don't sell pot.
He would have been more like, whoa, man, what do you want to buy?
Yeah, it'd be the California accent. Yeah. Okay, so you buy a pewter Iron Fist figurine. What else do you buy? You just buy home stuff.
Saying.
No, D20. I would like to buy a pot
Like a
cooking in.
I know exactly what you're talking about. We don't sell any pot. I tell you what though, if you want to have a quick detour across the local clan, the Iron Fist clan in this area, they're probably a little bit of a travel out that way, but I'm sure they'll have all of the iron pots you'll need.
that's too far out of.
I don't think I can make that kind of detour at the moment.
When we're heading south, we might come across the clan.
This is true. What lies to our south? Are there any
You
plans
have
on the way?
You have many tunnels to sort of travel yourselves through. If I'm not mistaken, I believe you'll be travelling probably for at least a week on this route, on this section of track, is probably what I've got to say. Then you will come up to the first set of cliffs. Cliffs from this side of it will raise you up to the next level, and then you will travel on to the next clan's set of tracks, and then we'll look after you in that section there. I'm always here looking after this particular store, if anyone who's coming by, or at least until the night time falls, of course, and then I go back home and look after myself. And then beyond that, this is pretty much my job for the day, and this gentleman over here looks after the tickets for the cart.
To the audience, the pot that you guys are thinking of is more like cave lichen,
Yes, cave lichen, yeah.
collected by kobolds.
Alright, do you have anything you guys want to do here more?
Closing
Other
the
than
market,
you bought some
funny
trinkets,
effect.
do you want to start moving on?
Start moving on.
Alright. You guys start travelling down the tunnel.
10-4 roll out, yeah?
And the biggest thing you start noticing is that for Amber specifically, this is more like home. For everyone else, after even just an hour of travelling into this tunnel, the sun has gone completely. whereas you're used to, even in the night time, perhaps having a little bit of light to sort of see yourself around for the moonlight, this is pitch black.
I was gonna say there's probably like crystals across the ceiling. Just
Not in all sections.
no, but they'd be very, very faint. Just enough that like a dwarf would have no problem seeing. But if you don't have dark vision, you're probably like.
Which
really
is most of
struggling.
our party.
The only-
Except him.
The darkness
I have
is
dark
mostly the darkness is broken up by the fact that there are, because the carts in the areas they're going by also have light systems, and they, in this section at least, you're seeing that they do look after the place a little bit. So every once in a while there are gaps. It's kind of like street lights, but a lot further apart. So there are dark sections, but not enough that you can't see the next light in the distance type thing. So you got a rough idea where you're going.
Yeah.
So it's not light in every section to keep it completely lit, but there's enough torches going along that you can see the next torch as you leave the other torch.
Every now and again, if it gets too dark, I literally just pull my mace out and hold it over my head.
There is a mixture of pulling out your mace to sort of keep the light going. The light changes from that glowing orange from the fire from the torches themselves, changes to your more white light as you bring that out. The tunnels are quite large. You're hearing dripping of water, but obviously keep this reasonably well maintained, and obviously there's no major stalactites and lime runoff or anything like that. But because you're under the mountains, you still inherently get water dripping through the area.
Moisture.
Moisture, yes.
So Amber's like looking visibly more both relaxed and giddy, but really nervous and twitchy as well whenever there's dwarves around. Which is quite frequently. So it like very weirdly fluctuates.
Do you have problems with the other doors?
What? No.
You just seem a bit edgy around them.
No. I just, haven't been here in a really, really, really long time. You could say almost half my life.
And is it going to cause problems?
No, why would it cause problems? I don't
Because
have
you're
problems
hiding
with
in the
anyone.
cart.
I like the cart. Is there something wrong with the cart?
I thought you would like the dwarven tunnel better, since they're dwarven.
I'll come out when we get a bit further south.
To be fair, Imperius has been hiding in the back cart the whole time as well.
Yeah, but it
I'm
makes
riding
sense.
yourself alongside on my horse, just like, yeah, whatever.
Yep.
How was
Definitely
your?
tons of room.
How's Kloppy going?
Kloppy.
It's a horse, it's not Kloppy.
Oh no, he said his name is Kloppy. Because that's the sound his wolves make. It's like a nickname for himself.
Sure.
You better think of a name quick or I'll name it.
You will not.
Why not? Hey,
Yes,
have
it
you
is
ever
my
eaten
horse.
horse?
No,
Just curious.
there aren't many horses in the mountains.
What's it taste like?
It tastes like horse.
I just like glare at the horse for a bit. Just like watch it.
And the horse just glares back and flicks his tail.
Pretty much.
Just watching your horse now.
What? I'm just curious.
Have you ever eaten cat?
No. We can't eat this one, it's magical. If I bite it, it will disappear.
There's a place that they take cats and they cook them and put them in little parcels of pastry.
That's pretty fucked up.
Why? It's just the meat.
Depends on how far into the apocalypse you are.
There's Oddclaw again. The little cat.
Yeah, we're still going to fix that up because we probably shouldn't have Rowan in there.
Why?
Because he's not here at the moment. It's a little bit confusing. They get confused about who Rowan is. No,
He's
he's not
this lovely empty chair.
Well, I mean, Christian is currently Bothemir and Volkia.
here. Yes, that's true. He's
Oh,
definitely two men.
we'll
Antoine is, his arm is Rowan.
I will make another screen hopefully by next week for that.
Thank you, Quill. Alright, you guys travel along the tunnel. You are quite correct. Cross sections of it, especially in this area close to your claim, because you can see every once in a while there's like a symbol of the Iron Fist in the area. Not huge amounts of them, but just every, say, 2 or 3 a day type as you're travelling along. Every once in a while, as you're travelling along, you see or hear this is the very first time you hear it, it's a bit of a surprise. Some of the guys in the caravan have like done this before, and they kind of like don't pay attention to it as much. But for those who have been here for the very first time, other than the clopping of the horses and the marching of the feet of all of the soldiers in the caravan itself, it is a little bit quiet because you know that it can echo in here. So a lot of people are trying to minimise the amount of sound. Even Oddclaw at first was like, this is cool because it echoed and would yell a lot. But after a while, when you realise that noise, because it's constantly echoing through the area, give you a tiny little bit of a headache from that happening. So a lot of people try and keep themselves a bit quiet where they can. However, in certain sections where there's a lot of moss in the tunnel, you manage to dampen the sounds a bit and make life a little bit easier. But as you're travelling through, you notice the very first set of the steam engine with the carts on the back comes down the tracks, and you hear in the distance that and then as it comes closer and closer and closer, you can now hear the rumbling of the steam engine as it's coming through, and it's getting louder and louder and louder and echoing through the tunnels, and then swoons right by the caravan, making a loud racket echoing through the area.
Like smoke everywhere.
Yeah, and smoke everywhere, and some of them are coughing, some of them are like, we're prepared for it, put the hands over the mouth type thing as the thing goes through. And then as quickly as that happens, it just like disappears off into the distance around a corner, and you hear as it echoes ever so slightly, less and less and less, the tick, 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 as it goes down the corridor. You keep travelling down with your caravans, with the other caravan in tow as well. So there's like 5 essentially caravans travelling in this, and you're quite a large procession. You see other people coming up from the tunnels coming in the other direction, and you just like quick wave or anything like that, but no real conversation sort of happen. Every once in a while the caravan guard or the other caravan basically might say, yo, what's going on, type thing. Eventually, after about 5 days of this happening, running through the tunnels, and you're realising this is a long travel through these tunnels. After the 5th day of travelling and it's just being completely dark, you start a little bit on the, not edge, but there's no true signs of day or night anymore.
Amber could tell what time it is.
You have no problems, and because of you being able to tell roughly what the day is, and probably from a bit of magic here and you can tell what time of the day is, but you can't see it anymore. You can't see the sun or the moon or anything like that.
You can feel it in the temperature of the stone.
Yeah.
In which case, Imperius is probably working through the night most of the time.
Yeah, you're
Amber would be kicking you to bed.
Yes.
The door is locked.
He's working on the 26th.
She just bang on it until you can think. Imperius, if you don't come out, I will break down the door.
Well, that is one of the weirdest sets of emotes I've ever seen on the chat channel.
What?
It's a face.
It's a face with a mustache. I don't know how they went and pulled it off.
Right.
Pretty sure it's Keanu Reeves.
Is it?
I don't know.
Oh, it
Can't
is.
see it.
It looks like it.
Possibly.
Anyway,
yes, it is.
and she will make sure that everyone is keeping track of time.
And after like the 3rd or 4th day, I imagine I'd be like, the plants on top of the cart wouldn't be doing too well.
Yeah, the plants on top of the cart are being looked after as much as you can, but they are starting to show signs of no sun.
So, for 3 times a day, while I'm not using spell slots, I cast daylight.
Well done. You cast daylight. The darkness of the tunnel itself suddenly lights up from a daylight spell as it travels through the area. You do your best you can sort of keep it up in the area.
I can sort of point at an object in it that I'm not holding or is being worn or carried, and the light will move with the object. So I basically point it at the tip of like one of the plants or at the front of the caravan.
Yep.
So
there's
it literally
maybe
makes
there's a little
caravan
chimney sticking out of the top of the roof.
What?
A little chimney at the top of the cart roof.
There's no chimney at the top of the cart roof. But you can...
I haven't made the chef cart yet.
Yes, the chef cart hasn't been made yet.
So you can
you
get
can
like
just,
a bucket and
it's not
cast it in the
difficult.
inside of a
what
bucket.
I'm trying to say is it's not difficult to do. I'm just saying there's no chimney.
Yeah. Literally, I could strap a stick to the front of it and just press
Pretty
the top
much.
of the stick. Done. There is a 60-foot radius spear of light that is daylight, and then another 60-foot that is a dim light.
How long does it last for?
An hour.
Yeah, that's good.
So I can cast it 5 times a day.
Okay. A lot of the
Some
people
using
who
spell
are
slots for
traveling
anything
through the
else.
area enjoying it, and to a certain extent, you realise that one of the things you're finding it's helping a lot is to cast it the very first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
So it feels like people are waking up to a sun. And then you cast it towards almost when it's about to be dawn, so it feels like the sun kind of going away, and it helps a little bit. So at least people keep the time and know roughly when things are going on.
Yeah.
But
Well-
it's
I'd probably cast it once in the morning for breakfast, once at noon for lunch, and then once at dinner time. And then that'd be the last cast.
and after about 2 weeks of travelling through this area, the steam cart doesn't travel through this area all that much. It does it maybe once every 3 or 4 days, and you find that like one time it goes one way, and obviously then 3 days later it's come back.
So
I
it's a
guess
6 day between it.
6 day between. It's a single thing.
Alternating
They travel.
3
They
days.
do travel quite a few people through it, but they don't have access to a lot of steam technology for this particular purpose. After probably about the 3rd time the caravan has come through, you notice that the next one you were expecting to come through does not come through. It's been about on the 12th day, I guess, and you've kind of like expected the clockwork 3 day sort of thing happening, and this one hasn't come through.
I think Amber would be more suspicious of that out of anyone. Do I know of anything up this end of the tunnel that might have prevented it?
It could be 101 things.
I know, but can I do like a history check of like the 3 most likely things?
The most likely thing in it, something's fallen over the tracks and they've just had to stop and remove it. And because you're inside a tunnel like this, it's more likely a rock of some type, either a debris or polyper rocks, or maybe even one big one. If it's debris, then it just takes time to clear it away, which might delay them. Depending on how much debris it is and how much time it's going to take. If it's a big rock, it may have bent the tracks, which means that they
Means
have to
repairs.
means repairs and stuff like that. So they may be hold up for a bit. And as you guys are travelling down this tunnel, also you are noticing that there are tunnels going off to other sections.
Yeah.
Some of the tunnels, as you kind of like briefly, because you guys are going at walking pace, some of these, especially like Oddclaw, might decide to have a quick check down a couple of tunnels here and there. Some of them are natural forming, some of them are being built and obviously go into other sections of the mountains themselves. But yeah, after those 3 days, you're expecting to come through, but nothing's come through. You travel down for probably another at least half a day. By this stage, you've probably gone with the notion that, well, it's probably not debris because they would have cleared that by now. So it might be something bigger that's blocked them.
Would you be telling us this, or?
But in passing, not with major concern. I
Yeah,
think.
it's
That's
not,
odd.
It's not uncommon, but it's a bit
Oh,
odd, yes.
what is odd?
Oh, just the track should have, the carriage should have come back by now. It probably isn't debris. It would have already been cleared. Must be something bigger, and that's about it. She doesn't seem overly concerned, but like enough that she's pointed it out.
You guys travel for one more day, so it's been 13 days in travelling in the tunnels themselves, and you still haven't seen the cart come by, the steam cart. By the next day, you travel for...
On this day, I probably wouldn't cast daylight because I'm starting to get a bit
starting to get a bit
suspicious.
suspicious, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, after a whole day, Amber's like,
They're more likely to have repaired it by now and it should have travelled by.
something's not quite right.
I'm just sitting on the front of the cart singing, "Where is the sun?" Doo-doo-doo.
Here comes the sun, I say,
It's not alright. It's not alright. It's not alright.
Alright, you guys travel on for
Just
a bit
5 lines
more.
on repeat. I'm going slightly crazy.
You guys travel for roughly, you think about 2 hours, and then in the distance, is anyone who would on this caravan constantly be ahead of the group, like you might be?
Him maybe on
I was
his
going to say either
I-
of these two.
I might be a little bit ahead of the group because I'm on my.
I'll say like I reckon Oddclaw probably be the
Yeah,
first
he'd be
person,
the
most
first
likely.
person.
Yeah,
Um,
probably. I'd either be well ahead or doing forgeries in the back cabin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So
how about
50-50.
roll, yes, roll a d20.
Alright. Evens, I'm ahead. 3. I'm in the caravan.
You're in the caravan, alright. Who else would be ahead?
I'd be running ahead.
Actually, at this unusual occurrence, Amber would be ahead.
That's true. Okay, well, I'll say
Yeah.
both of you together as you walk forward.
She has no reason to hide in this section of the tavern, caravan because
Yeah.
there's not too much.
You guys
walking
basically,
activity.
because you're on the back of the horse, so you can do that as well,
Yeah.
and you've got a bit of better movement than the normal dwarf does. So you guys just head off for a bit after you're showing concern. You tell the captain of the guard that you're a little bit concerned about where the thing has gone, and he's like, all right, no, at least he knows where you've gone.
Yeah.
And you two travel ahead into the tunnels. Probably about 15-20 minutes of travel into the tunnel, and you can still hear the clattering of the hooves and stuff like that from your caravan, but you're far enough away that they can't quite see you because of the twists and turn. And then you come up across a section of the tunnels that leads off into another part of the mountains somewhere. Not one of the built ones, but like a natural formation and something like that. There is a large rock on the tracks, and you can also see that the the steam cart has stopped. There is 4 carriages on it and no one there.
I'll instantly pull my mace out so I've got light.
Yep.
Go over and just have a look.
As soon as you pull your mace out to give yourselves some light, because Amber was guiding you at this stage, you pull the light out and you can see evidence of blood everywhere.
I instantly just put my mace back down, grab Amber to drag her up onto my horse, and bolt back the other
Right.
way.
Did I get enough of a glance of what was here
Oh, yeah, you
to
both
have
did,
an
yes.
idea of what would have caused this?
Yes, something.
Something.
Yeah, but I'm familiar with the kind of creatures relatively.
Relatively, there is umpteen amount of creatures that could live within these.
That's like
walls.
saying unfamiliar with the creatures that are on land currently.
Yeah, that is
That's
a very,
not the case.
No, I mean, like, if you grew up in a forest, you'd be familiar with the animals that live in that forest. I'm not
Just trying to
saying I
say,
know
Did
all,
you read the blood splatters correctly?
not all underground creatures. I mean, like,
Well,
in the
actually,
tunnels,
you-
have I heard stories
in the
of...
brief light that was passed on by your mace. Can you both of you roll a perception roll?
Like, I'm not asking to know, like, everything, just, like... perception?
Yes.
14.
Why is that?
14, pretty good.
6.
It's like, I would have heard stories of the dwarven tunnels and the creatures that...
13.
I'm not saying you haven't heard of stories like this. You just don't know
Yeah.
specifically what's doing it.
Yeah.
You
Just an inkling, that's all I was wondering
you've
about.
been here long enough to know that it's
I'm actually
never
okay.
100% safe, and that this is
Yeah.
not. When I say this is very, very rare for it to happen, but it doesn't mean it hasn't happened a lot.
Yeah. It's not...
It's like
so-
shark attack.
Yeah.
That's probably a better way. Of putting
It's
it.
not it's not so uncommon that it's an unheard of. It's just uncommon enough because
I get
it's there are precautions that are sort of semi in place, but it's unavoidable from time to time.
Alright, you got a 14. What was your percentage? 13. I'll say they're both pretty good. You notice that of all of the blood across the carts and stuff like that, there is a lot of splatter against the floor, the ceiling where the carts are themselves, some of the ceilings on the wall, where the carts are themselves. There's also in that branch off tunnel which I mentioned, which is basically right next to the cart itself, what looks like blood drag marks.
Something. Oh no. More fucking bullets.
Well, that didn't look good. Also,
No, let's get back to everyone else as quickly
do I
as
need to
possible.
make like an animal handling check to, or
He's basically just pulled you up onto his horse and then raced back to the main group.
Yeah.
do I have to do any sort of check to make sure I
No,
don't
you're a
fall?
sack
Just
of
hold on
luggage.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
okay with that.
Yeah. Okay. Just checking.
I've got enough strength to hold you there, and you've got enough strength to hold on to me, so it should be fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you roll for it. It's all good.
So basically, rush back.
You guys rush back,
and
yes.
as soon as like I can start hearing the rolling of the wheels and the clopping of I'll pull out my mace
Yep.
and I'll just wave it and yell stop.
You hear this, and you see him come up. You hear him quite loudly as he races through the tunnels.
But I'm like doing it in front of everyone.
Oh,
so
you're
the
inside
guard.
the car, aren't you? Yeah.
I rolled a crit 20, so yes, I hear you. Somehow.
I echoed. It would have echoed right
it
down
would have
the tunnel.
Damn it, you made me smudge your fucking
Has enough time passed for me to have made the thing that I said?
Yes.
Sweet.
What's this?
I think.
I was going to get to that. It's not hugely important to worry about this
No,
right
but-
now.
Well, it is because I'm going to burst out of the car with
what's
Oh yeah, for that purpose. Yeah.
what's the problem?
I'm still riding up. I'm riding up on my horse, and I'm getting like all the carts to stop.
All right. Well, I'll jump out and start walking
So
over.
all the carts and guard captain, I would have like as I'm going past, I would have gone to the guard captain. Come with me.
Imperius is probably the last to get to the group, but he is
Yeah.
carrying his crossbow with the lightning bolts down it, but it has been heavily modified with a contraption on top and a kind of gear wheel on it.
So everyone here basically arms up and gears up and heads towards the.
Wait,
car.
hang on. Why? What are we doing?
The cart that hasn't been showing up was attacked.
Oh, well, hang on. Well, wait. Look, yes, it's potentially dangerous. They've obviously died and been killed by something. But it's no uncommon occurrence within the tunnels. It can be dangerous. Well, we just have to be careful. And, if we want to investigate, sure. But, it's nothing of a rush. I doubt it didn't look like anyone would survive that amount of blood shed.
I'm going to
Doesn't
pull my hat
mean
out
that
and
I'm
just
going to walk
Hang
past it
on.
without...
Don't send people down there to get murdered. Send this thing.
and I rip my cat out of the hat and go,
Look, from what I understand, if this thing dies, I can just resummon it, yin yang.
the cat just looks at me and
Look, watch this.
I toss him forward into the onto the road in front of me.
You're fast forwarding a little bit too quickly because you guys still ate your caravan, so I assume you're all now moving up. To have
I would have literally gone to the guard captain. Do you have any good fighters? Because there's something dangerous up ahead.
Of course we do. He'll send 4 people with you.
Okay. And then I'll be like, wait here for us. If you don't hear anything from us in the next
2 hours.
2 hours, go back to the nearest town because there's something up ahead that's murdered a full cart full of people.
Well, that's not good. All right. Got a long accent for you. All right. We'll keep an eye out. We'll stick around here for a couple of hours, and if we don't hear from you, then we might send a few soldiers forward to see if they're still alive.
If we find out what's going on, I'll message you.
All right. Sure.
And then we'll head towards the tunnel that had the blood. And as we get close, well, I've also tied up my horse to the cart, so I'm not.
So you're not taking the horse with you?
No, I'm not taking the horse down a tunnel with a monster. As we get close, I'll pull my mace out and then point out the blood.
No. As we're walking there was when I was going to do it, but never mind.
Look, can you guys...
So you want to send the cat forward to have a look at the cart, is what you're saying? Because I thought you wanted to take it down the tunnel.
No, I was going to the cart
Okay,
first.
no, we can still do that. 'Cause
So
it's still
I'm
happening.
I'm gonna go.
So, like, I'm not going to be able to hear you or see you when I do this. So just, like, tap on my right
Can
arm.
you hold on
and-
still? Like you
Yeah,
can...
no, I can move my body
Do you want
and
to sit
talk.
on my back? I'll carry you.
Just put him on the back.
No, I really don't. Can you just leave me alone?
Okay, I was just offering a ride.
And you watch me toss the cat out in front, and my eyes just glaze over silvery sort of color, and I'm like,
Alright, so, like, Yin, go forward.
and so I'm sending the cat into the cart.
I imagine when his eyes go
Glaze
wide,
over, yep.
the cat's eyes actually appear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
our
cool,
eyes
actually. I
swap.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my eyes are gone all metally. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, that's good. I like
But
that.
I wasn't telling you that you can see the cat's eyes because it's ahead of you now.
Yeah, no, but that's what I imagine would happen.
Alright, the cat goes ahead of you as the cat starts going down the tunnel. The cat comes up to where
I was
the cart is.
wanting to. The cart.
Yeah, I'm getting there, trust me.
Big
Yeah.
stone.
I thought you were sending it down the side.
No.
No.
You, as you were going down the main, sorry, I'd say the main tunnel at this moment in time,
Yep.
not the side tunnel. You're going down the main tunnel as you're heading towards where the cart is that they saw. You, the cat is looking around, and the cat can see a big rock right in front of the tracks, as well as the cart that stopped. Hasn't crashed into anything like that, but it has stopped, and you can definitely see signs of blood everywhere.
I'm gonna send it up the steps of the cart and into it.
Yep. Okay. Yep. You quickly go up to the steps and stuff like that. They can smell that coppery sort of blood smell that the cat's quite used to. Yeah, you can smell that definitely. And you're looking around. There's like blood here and there.
Actually, I'm gonna take a check on something just quickly.
Can his magical cat tell how old this blood is?
No.
Can I make a perception check on smell to attempt that? Because I believe he has keen sense of smell.
He does.
He does.
He would, so it'd be an advantage.
A cat, I don't think, can tell the age of blood. But what a cat, It's if for buts and maybes. It's not absolutes. So it's a case of just being aware that it might not be able to.
Deception checks that rely on smell.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
Absolutely, please do that.
yeah. Cool. I'm also going to check for odd smells. You. 15 with a passive perception of 13 puts it
18.
16.
Roll a 15.
Yeah, I rolled a 15.
And for your passive perceptions one for the cat.
The passive perception. Oh yeah, 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
18.
Sorry, I forgot skills. It has a +3 in perception. I was
Correct.
going off straight whiz.
Yes. Okay. The cat has a bit of a sniff around at the blood and stuff like that, and immediately the very first thing that the cat picks up is that this blood is old.
Okay. So as I'm getting pulled along by you guys, I'm like,
This didn't happen like recently.
Well, I mean, the
Yes,
card
it's
is
old. I was gonna
a
say,
few
how many
days
days
late.
ago?
I don't really
It's
know
still
how
about
old. By the way, guys, I can't actually hear you. I'm just telling you what I see and hear at the moment. But yes, it seems kind of old.
I'm very curious. I want to try something. I want to cast message to Oddclaw.
I would hear it because it's telepathic. Yeah.
No, message is not telepathic. Yes, everyone thinks it is, but it's not. It's actually like a small whisper in your ear.
So if you're casting it at me, then no. If you cast it at the cat,
Yeah,
then
but
yes.
I wouldn't know that though.
Well, no, I don't hear it then.
You probably do it, realise that he can't hear it, then well, that's not going to work.
Interesting.
Sending is telepathic, though.
Yes.
Sending is, yes.
Yes, they hear it inside their head rather than a whisper.
Yep.
The cat is looking around the cart, stuff like that, but the blood is old. Can you do me a just non-smelling perception check for the cat?
9.
9. Yeah, just blood everywhere and stuff like that. Probably the thing you do notice that when you're in this trance is that there is no body parts, there's no bodies.
So whatever it is took whatever that was killed. Looks like the drag marks go into a side tunnel.
And I'm just thinking in my head,
Hey, Yin, use some stealth here. Be a bit quieter.
and I'm going to roll stealth for the cat too. Kitty has got a stealth of 19.
Sorry, we just got insulted because he called us Kiwis.
He said it twice now.
Heresy.
Heresy! We're Aussies.
So,
Stealth was 19, you said?
19 for the cat.
Stealth.
For the cat. Are you going down into the tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'll look inside the cart first.
Tum. That's stealth.
Still,
Stealth and tum.
Is it? Can I see from inside the cart? Because I assume if something was attacking them, they would have taken shelter inside the cart. So from the cart, can I see how whatever it was ripped into it or got inside the cart?
Chris?
from what you can gather, there's just like blood splattered everywhere. It's really hard to sort of tell from what you can gather. It's like one of the carts look like it's almost completely covered in blood. There's even a small layer of blood still sort of...
Yeah, I get that, but like damage on doors, how something would have forced its
I
way
think
in.
more open carts, think like mining carts.
Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I think more open carts. So they basically
so-
just like grabbed and dragged out from what you can gather.
yeah, cool. All right.
Think of like the small little trains and like the
Yeah.
kids' railroads type thing
Yep.
is probably more accurate of what it looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. All right, I'll send him down the tunnel then, because there's no point investigating.
I'm going to
parts.
say, for the purposes of this, I'll do that next week.
Okay.
Okay, about him starting it, but I will do you guys as the group, not the cat. Now coming up to the cart and investigating before I go with the cat.
Well, I'm
Which-
still blind and deaf.
You're still blind and deaf, but the rest of them aren't. So
yeah, as we get closer, I'll pull out my
the mace.
mace again and just have a quick look
Hey,
around.
just like tap me hard on my right shoulder if I should come back, cause like I can't tell if something's gonna eat me here.
So,
So
in other
like,
words, if he needs to come back, just whoosh.
One thing I will tell you, while all this is investigating, but be aware of this. You learn this sort of like at the end of their investigation, just so.
I do
But I'll just get it out of the way. As the cat goes down, it follows the blood trails of drag marks, obviously going through the tunnel, and then the drag marks just disappear.
Okay.
You guys come to the carts. You pull out your mace with the light on it, and then you start having a look around. What do you guys want to look at?
And I'll look at the front cart where the engine itself
Yeah,
is,
the engine itself is, yep.
and see if there's any damage that had been done to it. Anything
No,
left?
it actually looks like it's pretty good to go. In fact, it's pretty warm still. Like it only stopped a while ago.
I check the blood to see how old that is.
The blood is still a little bit wet.
See you later.
So it's tacky.
Yeah.
So within the last sort of day.
Yeah, something like that. In some areas where it's completely dry because it's thin, but like in some areas where it's pooled,
Yeah.
especially in the carts. It seems
I was
to
going to
pool
say
a
in
lot.
the carts it'd
Yeah,
be
quite
like
tacky.
thick.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, this didn't happen too long ago.
Guys, don't look at
Guys.
Sam's.
They're asking about the Tim Tams.
That's true. Sorry.
So
Yeah.
I'll put my hand on the engine.
Stable.
Whoops.
Stable of
A
Australia.
stable of Australia.
Fuck me. I'm so
I think she
tired.
was meant to say staple.
I did.
Staple, you mean Alice?
Yeah. While we derailed, the best way to eat them is to like bite off 2 little corners and then suck milk through
Ah,
them.
the Tim Tam Slammer.
That's what Furious
Yeah.
All right,
said.
guys, it's 10 o'clock, so
This is what I'm trying to get past.
So I'll put my hand on the engine and sort of feel it. How long would it have run for after people stopped filling
They
it?
probably wouldn't have stopped it. It's not something that they would have just like switched off because
Yeah.
of it being a coal thing. So it would have just kind of cooled down over time. So obviously, to get this cart started again, they'd probably have to spend quite a few hours to get it restarted back up again, get it back to the same temperature and pressure that it needed to get this thing moving again.
Yeah.
So something like this really does take the sail out of their wind per se if it's left this long.
I was going to say, yeah, restarting a steam engine takes up to 4 hours to get it up to pressure.
The blood is not that old. It's maybe a day.
So what they were stopped here for a while, trying to move the boulder.
Do you think it could be an ambush?
Actually, yeah. I look at the boulder. Is there any marks on it?
To investigate, Rob.
Everyone is getting
It's my
impatient.
investigation. I got a 12.
Can someone like put me on the seat or something? I assume, considering I'm like standing around
It's
here
covered
at
in
the
blood.
car.
I'm just going to be like gently pushing against his back, directing him where
Yeah.
to go.
Yeah. You have a look at the rock, and yeah, it's a rock on the tracks. Nothing spectacular about it. Can't see anything out of the ordinary.
No, like
There's no marks on
seriously,
it
can
like
I
they were
sit
trying
here?
to hammer it away to get stuff moved.
It looks like it's a
he
naturally
goes, yes, of course. Right.
So I imagine like they would have stopped, tried hammering at it, and
Oh,
then
I
been
see what you're saying. I
attacked.
see what you're saying in that particular sense.
Maybe some levers jammed.
More
on
likely
the
they
end.
were probably just trying to push it off.
Ah, okay. Sort of like point my mace up and sort of look at the roof to see where the rock came from.
Can you do me another investigate check?
you just watch Oddclaw retch and vomit a little bit, just like motion sickness.
I didn't need investigation check very well. It's 9.
9. Yeah, you don't see anything.
What are you looking for?
Trying to figure out where the rock came from. Was it from the roof or was it from the wall?
I will roll an investigation
Yeah.
check.
I was hoping someone else might jump in because I knew your investigate was shit.
I've got a flat.
17.
17. First thing you notice that
I haven't got a +1.
I'm going to show you. Say you're doing it while he's holding up his mace towards the ceiling so you can see where it comes from. And,
I also have dark vision as well.
yeah, it doesn't look like it came from the roof.
I do believe this was placed here deliberately. This was probably an ambush of some kind.
You actually, after you've noticed that it probably didn't look like it came from the roof, you have a look down onto the tracks themselves to sort of give yourself a bit of a understanding of what's going on. And the tracks have not been bent. They haven't
So it
fallen.
wouldn't have fallen.
It wouldn't have fallen basically. It looks like, and you start seeing like a couple of drag marks from the tunnel.
So it's been
itself.
rolled into
It's
place.
been rolled into place.
We should definitely be on guard and...
Can everyone please do a perception roll?
17. I just literally did one.
I'm not
No, you're in a different.
Yeah, you can't even be aware.
I'm deaf and blind
22.
unless you're going to do perception
That was
based
a
on
1, and that
feeling
was a 17,
vibration in
which
the
plus two is
ground.
19.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Dirty 20, 22.
19.
11, but
19's
can I do
enough.
an investigation check as well?
We'll do that in a second.
Actually, I can do perception at disadvantage because I'm blind.
You also can't hear. I'm just going to
You're-
no, just you're
Yeah.
busy doing
Your
it.
blind
cat
and deaf.
can do a perception, you can't.
But the cat's in a
You
different
have no
area.
sense.
You still can even if you're sensory deprived.
No,
it's
no,
just
no.
at disadvantage. Otherwise,
But you can't see or hear anything. You would only be able to have a perception check of what you can feel.
Guys, don't worry
So,
about
like,
it.
which is at
wind-
Don't worry about it
disadvantage.
at this stage because he's already done enough with the cat and stuff like that. The cat's moving on with more.
No, I'm just saying him as a character.
Anyway, so the 20, the 22, even 19 will probably be more than enough.
I had 11.
You notice that off towards the back of the cart on the ground is an arrow.
Everyone except the dwarf in the dwarven tunnel.
The dwarf's probably
Notice
something
something.
else.
I am investigating
Go
something
over
else.
and check this arrow.
It's very crude.
Are we guys moving on,
It's
or has
an
you
accurate
found
arrow.
something?
There's not a lot of
It doesn't have any markings like you would normally
As if
associate
get up
with.
and then
It's
start.
almost like a. It's where when they make arrows in the society that you know, that will actually shape it in such a way that it'll work quite well. You know, there's proper cylindrical.
This is basically just a twig that's been taken off a tree, had a metal head fixed
Pretty
to it,
much.
and
Goblins!
really. And I'm basically going to go over to Amber and go, Amber, do you recognise this?
Does it look the same as Gum Gums?
Yeah, it does look the same as Gum Gums.
Gum Gum was a kobold.
Gum Gum was kobold.
It still looks the same as Gum Gums.
Doesn't matter.
It's, yeah.
What's that? It looks like
Gum
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 Gums.
is a
Good
short
enough.
green person.
It looks like Gum Gums.
Little midget
Oh,
things.
that kobold that you were
Yeah,
running around with for a while.
yeah.
Well, this was behind the cart. They must have. They seem to have removed all other evidence that were here, but they must have missed one.
Hey, quick, answer questions.
By D20.
Tap left
Good
hand
night.
if something I should know, tap right hand if it's something I shouldn't know.
I can't hear you.
Can you deal with the cat?
What are we telling him?
Well, we
I'm
found an
gonna ask
arrow.
some
Other
questions.
than that, we
Yes
can't
is
do
left
anything until we
hand,
find
no
out
is
where it came
right
from.
hand. Have you think you know what it is? Alright, cool. I'll keep going with the cat.
Where is he with the cat?
I mean, we don't know what it is.
Alright, so you picked up the arrow. You had a look at it. It's very crude. It
Just
is
either goblins or kobolds,
something like
I
that.
imagine.
Yeah.
Small green ones.
Which you could immediately like. Oh yeah, yeah. What is it you wanted to
I
investigate?
have no idea.
So I
what that
rolled
means.
an 18, so that becomes 19.
We have.
What I want to investigate was
You know, I
More
need
to
to
the,
find
like-
out some sort of like touch-based language, like some sort of Americana thing.
At this point, I literally go over to Oddclaw and just put my hand over his mouth so he stops talking. And
Oh no, don't like.
Yeah, sorry. Emma.
like the boulder, the cart, and like the, I guess the trail of blood, but like more. Do I finally signs of what was here?
Okay, there's a couple of things you notice on your investigate roll.
Yeah.
You're investigating the more general area, aren't you? The first thing is that as they've stated already, obviously the boulder was pushed onto the. I'm almost done. Was pushed onto the rails. But you also notice that most of the blood, from what you can gather, is a lot more blood here than probably realistically should be. In fact, even by the splatter pattern, it's like someone's got a bucket full of blood and just thrown it across the area in an attempt to make it look like some sort of the big scary creature.
Because I was gonna say, yeah, this seems a little out of place,
It does.
and Amber knows the procedures for what would happen in this situation.
Oh yes, Antoine goes, once more my friends into the breach, and right into the tunnel.
And that's where we're going to finish off the day.
You just Leroy Jenkins.
if he dies, I'm not fixing
you guys have
it.
enough information.
Actually,
to know what's
at
going
this
on.
point, if he dies, I can't fix it. So
I was gonna say,
Have
was
fun.
there any effects left behind? Any like trace of like
They found the arrows.
people. No, the people
and
that
there
were
is-
in the
yes,
car.
there are some
Others
items
not to
you
it,
can find.
which
Like,
I'll tell you
say,
as soon as it's done.
maybe like a cup or something or someone.
So
Maybe some
it just
coins
means you
on
don't have to worry
like
about loading
coppers and silvers and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Got a couple of items. They seem to have done the best job they
If you
can
get access to
cleaning the area
multi-attack.
as much as they can. But there's a couple of items you found tucked away here and there. Maybe
use
even
it
like a
multi-attack, so it works
rip of a
effectively.
tunic or something like that. You've also found.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, we will continue on this. Continue on
I don't know
this
if you do. I think you
escapade.
make you get
next
sneak
week.
attack instead.
Also,
You get one.
we should totally do a a prize thingy, like a competition at some point, we'll send someone a packet of Tim Tams.
It's easier said than done because Tim Tams doesn't exist in some parts of the world.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why we
no,
send it
but
to
we-
them.
That's why we send
Why
it
you
to
do it?
them.
I don't think you
box
can
it.
send
Oh, you can.
You can.
You can.
You reckon?
Do you know how many times John Barrowman has made a post on Facebook with a box of Tim Tams in America because a whole bunch of Aussies
you're
went
right,
there and
you
just
never
went,
get
here's Tim Tams!
Yeah, because I know Berryman loves Tim Tam.
He loves it. He
have
plays
you
Tim
seen the
Tam
towels?
Jenga whenever he goes to Comic Con.
Yeah, because they literally bring him so many. He's managed to get like 2 towers worth
Yeah,
of Tim
I've
Tams.
seen those.
Tim Tam Jenga is the best.
And when he gets home, he just basically starts giving them out to everyone
Yeah.
because he's just like, you need Tim Tams in your life.
Well, for the purposes of a Tim Tam Daddy, my name's Tim, by the way. I get it a lot. I get the joke a lot. There's a guy.
I am disappointed that you didn't name your son Tam.
There was a guy at work named Sam, so we constantly had like, Tim Sam.
That's like saying dim sum.
That is
It was
really
very late. That's
Was
why
it dim sum as well?
There might be a certain class of robot that does, maybe.
No road.
Anyway, thank you all for coming along tonight. Thank you all for joining us on this little adventure, and we'll continue on next week.
Yes.
I'm going to say
Joining us.
At some point.
good night, good well, and I'll see you all next week. And
I'm gonna
after
raid.
next week. Sorry?
Raid!
Yes, we will have a
Oh
raid.
yeah, does anyone have a suggestion for a channel to raid?
Tim Tam Hunger Games.
Anyone in chat have someone
I
would
don't
like
have
us
any
to
raids
raid?
myself.
I was going to eat those. What?
English,
I said
motherfucker.
it's still in the packet.
Yeah, lucky.
Just open that side.
Well, I can't open the other side, it's all slimy.
Oh, I have no idea what channels this is jumping to. Like none of the tabletop channels that I have friends with, and I've been having friends with a lot of them. That's how I met D20. I jumped onto her channel.
Oh, Jesus.
He said
And rock and roll
roleplay.
roleplay. I like that. All right, I give that a go.
Rock and roll play?
Rock and roleplay.
Rock underscore in roleplay.
Rock
I don't
underscore
like-
N underscore roleplay.
Yeah. The way this does raids is not the greatest way of doing things, but you know, you get what you get. Spell it all out.
Say what a spell, really?
Hmm?
Scroll up a line.
Oh, there it is. Cool, actually, haven't. Yeah. Alright. Let's go raid rock and roll roleplay. Thank you all for coming along.
Thanks,
once
guys.
the raid starts, and I'll transfer it out of this.
Much love to you all. Thank you for giving me so many dancing bears tonight. It makes me happy.